Chapter 300, 7 Divine Golden Bodies, Primordial Ultimate Body. The mysterious divine immortal of wondrous Dharma wandered in this mortal world region, never stepping onto the continent where Guan was located. A day and a night later, he left. Starting from the second day, rumors about the great cold demon sect being annihilated single-handedly by sword venerable Fu Dao spread like a hurricane across the seas, shocking the countless beings that were fleeing. Their first reaction was disbelief, as the news sounded too preposterous. The world was in an uproar, and within the supreme sect, it was a time of celebration, with dazzling lights and decoration everywhere. Everyone was singing praises of sword venerable Fu Dao's magnificent feats and mighty power. This time, sword venerable Fu Dao's rescue efforts had a wider reach than ever before. How could they not be proud? They were unclear if there truly were immortals who cared for the common folk in this world, but at least in their hearts, sword venerable Fu Dao was an immortal who brought salvation to all living beings. The day after the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma left, Guan quietly departed from the continent. He headed south, moving away from the mortal world region where the supreme sect was located. Eventually, he arrived at a desolate sea, where the number of beings was extremely sparse. Whether deep within the sea or above its surface, numerous lost souls and wild ghosts floated about. The sky above this place was covered with dense, oppressive clouds, but the spiritual energy here was quite abundant. After surveying the area with his divine sense, Guan discovered an island deep within the ocean guarded by powerful restrictions. If he were to break through forcefully, he would undoubtedly alert the entity within. He speculated that a carefree primordial immortal might be hiding inside because, although the restrictions were strong, he felt it wouldn't be difficult to break through if he wanted. No wonder the spiritual energy was so abundant here, yet there were so few beings. It turns out a malevolent deity was hidden within. Guan landed on an uninhabited isolated island and immediately activated the lifespan barrier. 790 million years of lifespan. The more he looked at it, the more invigorating it felt. He had never been so affluent before. Guan sat cross-legged in front of a withered tree, looking at his attribute panel, chuckling to himself. First, he would enjoy the moment for a while longer. After a good while, Guan then reined in his emotions and decided to give lifespan samsara a try. He would test the waters with 10 million years. If this function turned out to be ineffective, he would dismiss it forever, just like the lifespan deduction he had initiated before. You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to trigger one reincarnation evolution, beginning connection to Tao rules, searching for reincarnation heaven and earth. You have the following heaven and earth options, choose any one. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 3. The Great Multiverse, HM? There's even a Great Heavenly Spirit Land? Guan thought if the reincarnation evolution reflected reality, could it be that it's not just memory fusion, but it could also affect reality itself? He wasn't sure, so after some thought, he decided not to choose the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, to avoid any potential issues. He was drawn to the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. The name sounded well suited for his life-stealing ability. Since it was reincarnation evolution, perhaps he would still possess his current golden finger. That's the one. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. You choose to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you will retain the life-stealing ability, but cannot unlock stage-specific functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born in a village in the East Profound Domain, and your parents named you Chu Lu. At the age of 7, you accidentally pulled up a spirit grass in the mountains, stealing 8 years of lifespan, marking a turning point in your destiny. At the age of 8, you took an immortal cultivator as a master and traveled the world with him. At 15, you encountered a cultivator robbery. To protect you, your master died. You harbored a grudge, hid in the mountains, and began to accumulate lifespan. By 18, you evolved your cultivation level to the nascent soul realm through lifespan evolution, and you began your revenge. At 19, you infiltrated the residence of your enemies, killing everyone until only one person remained, a girl. Seeing her fearful demeanor, you felt some reluctance and struggled internally. Do you choose to execute her? The prompt stopped here. Guan paused for a moment, choosing not to execute her. Joking aside, with his life-stealing ability, he certainly wouldn't be hunted by this girl. You spared the girl, Qingjialan, and resumed your path of immortal cultivation. Seeing this prompt, Guan smiled. This girl, like his junior sister, also had Lan in her name. The previous prompts had no names. It seemed the deceased don't get named unless they survive. Hold on, his parents and master were initially alive as well, but they were not named. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this Qingjialan would live a long time? At 20, you joined the Daoist sect, and with your exceptional cultivation level and talent, you became a direct disciple, making a name for yourself within the sect. At 21, you utilized the lifespan deduction cultivation technique to master the 7 hearts technique. At 22, jealous of you, the sect leader's son ambushed you while you were on a mission, surrounding you with his people. You executed all his followers, leaving only the sect leader's son alive. He knelt before you, begging for mercy, and you hesitated. Do you choose to execute him? Kill. Guan didn't hesitate, and the prompt continued to appear. Killing men and sparing women? Seems like there's something wrong with the standard, huh? Guan criticized himself internally. Subsequently, him and the reincarnation returned to the Daoist sect, faced continuous strife and enmity, and he always chose to kill, since it was others who provoked him. Killing led to the unveiling of secrets, and he was pursued by the Daoist sect and even placed on a wanted list. After that, almost every year, he was embroiled in battles, sometimes several times within a year. Once, Guan chose to save a wounded cultivator he encountered by chance, only for that person to summon a large group of cultivators to ambush him, intending to seize the magic artifact in his possession. Angered, Guan's killing intent intensified. One betrayal after another, jealousy, and feuds kept unfolding. What an impressive turn of events. Indeed, this was the dark great heaven and earth, and the world seemed excessively grim. Over the first 50 years, Guan encountered not a single kind-hearted cultivator. He was fighting alone the entire time. The most distressing part for him was that, in order to get back at him, his enemies extracted the souls of his family still in the mountain village and refined them into resentful ghosts to be embedded in ghost devices. Furious, Guan became even more ruthless in his subsequent choices, always responding to killing with killing. His lifespan accumulated rapidly, and by 50, he had reached the cultivation level of loose immortal realm, becoming the East Profound Domain's killing god. At the age of 65, you encountered the girl you once spared, Qingjialan. She had now become a disciple of the Blue Sky Holy Sect, a renowned genius. She recognized you and was very grateful. You were moved by her attitude. At 66, pursued by Qingjialan, you both became Daoist friends. At 67, Qingjialan gave birth to a son and a daughter for you, and you cherished her even more. At 68, while you were cultivating, a wandering carefree primordial immortal from the Blue Sky Holy Sect descended. He was known as the Black Profound Emperor and crushed you to death. Reincarnation ends. What? It's over already? Guan nearly spit blood. For 10 million years of lifespan, he only got 68 years of life? Black Profound Emperor. Okay, very good. Without giving Guan time to ponder more, a vast array of memories flooded his mind, the life of Chu Lu, as if he had experienced it himself. However, since it was reincarnation evolution, he didn't feel the length during the assimilation process. It was like recalling past memories, recalling some experiences, a rather peculiar sensation. Although he only lived for 68 years in this life, Chu Lu improved a cultivation technique over his lifetime, and even evolved it into a divine skill that caused a sensation in both the past and the present. Developed from the 7 hearts technique after numerous enhancements, it is now known as the 7 divine gold bodies. 7 divine gold bodies, with an inherent cultivation technique. Once mastered, it forms 7 souls, each equipped with divine skills, allowing him to resurrect even if killed. In memory, getting crushed by the Black Profound Emperor wasn't as straightforward. He resurrected 6 times in the Black Profound Emperor's hands, but the result was the same. The gap in cultivation level was too vast. His teleportation divine power was unable to let him escape. After assimilating the 7 divine gold bodies, Guan felt somewhat placated. It is hard to say if the value of the 7 divine gold bodies could match 10 million years of lifespan, but it certainly was not something to be gained with just 1 or 2 million years of lifespan. The skill was extremely powerful, allowing nascent soul realm Chu Lu to severely injure enemies of the second level of wandering immortal realm, proving its strength. Sigh, it was not enough perseverance. Guan realized that in reincarnation evolution, he could only make decisions at destiny's turning points and couldn't control his reincarnated self. Thinking about it, didn't this mean that all other worlds of reincarnation also had their own thought processes? Isn't this also the case with reincarnation in reality? Ji Xiaoyu in this life was completely different from her previous life. Guan withdrew his thoughts, noticing that the ground was full of spiritual energy. This showed that reincarnation evolution also consumed real-world spiritual energy. Fortunately, he had changed locations to avoid affecting the Supreme Sect and the continent. Time to get down to real business. Today, he would break through a major realm. Guan accessed the attribute panel and poured 20 million years of lifespan into physique. Primordial karmic body advanced to primordial chaos body, then ascended to primordial ultimate body. Awakening the great divine power, the primordial chaos grand disk. This divine skill was an amalgamation of attack, defense, and sealing abilities, larger and more formidable than regular heaven and earth rules, possessing the might to crush heaven and earth rules. Guan immediately trained this divine skill to mastery realm. Vast spiritual energy surged into Guan's mind, and his consciousness entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Primordial ultimate body and primordial karmic body, although both named after primordial, had a huge disparity. By reaching ultimate body, one could easily see through heaven and earth rules as well as cause and effect, exerting absolute suppression over the primordial body type. Although Guan had not yet encountered a primordial body type, he felt that primordial must exist. After all, it was achieved through the elevation of his own body type, indicating that if the mortals of the great heavenly spirit land traced back their ancestry, they might very well be linked to primordial. He just did not know where primordial was located. As Guan devoured the spiritual energy, the silent and gloomy sea stirred into a tempest, as a powerful divine sense swept across the sea. Unfortunately, no matter how much it searched, it could not find Guan. An ancient hour later, Guan finally opened his eyes, and his physique was completely transformed into a primordial ultimate body. His current strength had reached a terrifying level, and the sensation of power was exceedingly delightful. He even wanted to find someone to test his newfound strength against. Fortunately, he resisted the urge. Cannot drift away. Chu Lu was too overconfident, killing throughout his path, only to be crushed to death by a cultivator several major realms above. Guan looked at the cultivation technique section. Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill and All Things Form and Energy Art were each worth 20 million years of lifespan. The reason he only used 20 million years of lifespan was that he started to covet the function that would unlock with 1 billion years of lifespan. Chapter 301, Breakthrough to the 9th Layer of the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm. In the next ancient hour, Guan enhanced the Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill to the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and yet, 20 million years of lifespan only advanced him by one level, luckily reaching the peak of perfection. At the same time, he awakened the divine skill, Unlimited Avatars. Every element of the 5 elements spiritual energy could turn into an avatar. This divine skill's combat power wasn't particularly outstanding as it manifested in quantity, since the 5 elements spiritual energy existed everywhere. He continued to advance. The All Things Form and Energy Art was elevated to the Chaotic Myriad Forms Freedom Technique and then further to the Dao Void Mysterious Divine Thought Skill. Similarly costing 20 million years of lifespan, no new divine skills were awakened, but the technique itself was a divine skill. The Dao Void Mysterious Divine Thought Skill, once mastered, would not be restricted by rules. With a mere thought, he could suppress cultivation level, breath, appearance, and everything else, making them unperceivable to others. With this technique, there was no need for Guan to use transformation techniques. Of course, what he valued most was its marvelous effect in hiding cultivation level and breath. In the reincarnation evolution, Chu Lu died quickly exactly because he lacked this technique. Of course, trusting Qingjialan also played a part. After Guan passed on the Dao Void Mysterious Divine Thought Skill, another ancient hour had passed. Next was the promotion of the boundless heaven-constricting sword to the eternal boundless divine sword. The limitless freedom step was finally elevated to the stepping path of ages step, a technique that allowed time reversal within a specific range of each footstep, transforming all things from death to life, from life to null. Of course, this stepping technique couldn't aid in achieving immortality since it had limitations and was primarily used for combat. The 9 extremes yin-yang body was finally advanced to the Tao of transcending void body. Guan also enhanced the soul-capturing skill, promoting it to the great imprisoned soul immortal technique, consuming 5 million years of lifespan. The previous 3 ultimate skills and divine skills each consumed 20 million years of lifespan, totaling 65 million years of lifespan. Adding the physique and cultivation technique, Guan had already spent 105 million years of lifespan. The consumption from the lifespan barrier was also a significant figure. Even without breaking through, he felt invincible at this moment. But he needed to be cautious. He must break through. Guan reopened the attribute panel, focusing his gaze on the cultivation level column. At this moment, the entire ocean was experiencing a violent storm, with endless towering waves, as the divine sense of a carefree primordial immortal frantically scanned the area. Guan didn't mind since the area was mostly inhabited by lost souls and wild ghosts who wandered the mortal world, suffering from the rejection of the heaven and earth rules. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to invest 5 million years of his lifespan. It was uncertain whether the early investment of 100 million years of lifespan could erase the gap in the difficulty of cultivation between the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma and higher realms. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 30,000 years, forcefully attempting to assault the Tao void mysterious immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation, failing the tribulation, 30,000 years for 1 tribulation crossing. Guan was thrilled, knowing that previously, when he attempted to reach the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, it took 60,000 years for 1 chance to cross the tribulation. However, even more surprising events occurred. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years, you endured the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation with the forceful use of the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and succeeded in the tribulation crossing, advancing your cultivation level to the first layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 500,000 years, advancing your cultivation level to the second layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm, 10 successful crossings. I'm really fucking strong. Guan was ecstatic, but as he looked further, his smile gradually faded. The time required for each level in the Tao void mysterious immortal realm kept increasing. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 4 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 8th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 4.7 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 9th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 5 million years, forcefully assailing the divine thought true immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the heavenly Tao 49 mysterious void tribulation, failing the tribulation, that's good. Reaching the 9th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm in 5 million years was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. But what's after was shocking, an attempt of tribulation every 300,000 years. If following the old pattern, failing 100 times would mean 30 million years of lifespan, failing 200 times would mean 60 million years of lifespan. That's ridiculously exaggerated. Is the divine thought true immortal that mighty? It's a big leap. Guan didn't question it much, given he hadn't even heard of the Tao void mysterious immortal, let alone the higher divine thought true immortal. Once again, nature's spiritual energy surged towards him, the entire ocean's spiritual energy abruptly sank, and its range rapidly expanded. Damn! This commotion is a bit excessive. Guan was secretly alarmed, feeling he might once again bring about a calamity to the mortal world. The vast amounts of spiritual energy required to transition from the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to the 9th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal far exceeded Guan's imagination. However, he could judge the resources of the great heavenly spirit land through this disturbance. If his breakthrough affected the entire great heavenly spirit land, it would indicate that the Tao Void mysterious realm cultivators in the great heavenly spirit land were few and far between. While feeling the transformation within himself, Guan observed the surroundings. The range of spiritual energy extraction grew larger, and in less than 30 minutes, it exceeded the size of the area the great cold demon sect planned to annihilate and was still rapidly increasing. Time swiftly passed. An hour later, Guan forcefully achieved the Tao Void mysterious immortal. Regardless of the realm, the evolutionary cultivation would always compress the breakthrough into 1 hour. The mysteries of the Tao Void mysterious immortal flooded into his mind. A Tao Void mysterious immortal could transcend universal rules and travel through the Great Thousand World. The so-called Great Thousand World consists of countless realms like the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, and only reaching this level would one touch the barriers of the universe. Of course, not all universes can be easily traversed, as there are also differences in strength among them. The power of a mysterious immortal is even greater, capable of transforming all things into living beings. Reaching this level means starting to condense one's own Tao. The so-called Tao is the condensation of the overall path of immortal cultivation, manifesting as will, capable of condensing a Tao form and using it to battle and suppress everything. Guan was immersed in the transformation brought by the Tao Void mysterious immortal, unable to extricate himself. Only when his cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm did his consciousness awaken. He looked up. The universe no longer looked so distant to him. His gaze and divine sense reached perfect unity, allowing him even to peer into the ends of the universe. He saw the silent destruction domain described by Bai Zia, a place of utter darkness emitting a terrifying aura that made it difficult for him to infiltrate lightly. For he sensed auras within that made him wary, not just one, but several. Time continued to move forward. Guan began to detect the approach of various cultivators' aura. Looking up, he saw a massive number of cultivators flying out of the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located, quickly approaching, the numbers even surpassing those of the Great Cold Demon sect. His breakthrough had indeed alarmed the Holy Court. It must be said, compared to the Holy Court, the Great Cold Demon sect was utterly incomparable. The cultivators who flew out were of loose immortal realm at the lowest, numbering over 5 million and still increasing. More than 5 million loose immortals, what an exaggeration. He even sensed the aura of divine immortals of wondrous Dharma and carefree primordial immortals, with more than 10 divine immortals of wondrous Dharma among them. The cultivators of the Holy Court dispersed to protect various continents and islands. The ocean stirred up world-shocking waves, the speed of the sinking spiritual energy causing many continents to shatter. Seeing the Holy Court coming out to protect the common people, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, holding the Holy Court in much higher regard. He didn't want his breakthrough to result in the extinction of countless beings. It seems the support of the Great Cold Demon sect by the Holy Court was only the will of that Holy King. If the Holy Court became his enemy in the future, regardless of the animosity, simply for today's actions of the Holy Court, he wouldn't thoroughly exterminate them. Of course, it would be even better if he could establish friendly relations with the Holy Court. Cultivation doesn't have to be all about fighting and killing. The benefits derived from slaughtering the Great Cold Demon sect were indeed massive, but it also attracted much wariness. Look now, the battle just ended, and divine immortals of wondrous Dharma have shown up, a realm previously unheard of. If he became too arrogant and a more terrifying existence than the divine thought true immortal appeared and slapped him to death with one palm, what could he do? The experience of Chu Lu was a lesson. Of course, more of Chu Lu's death was due to trusting the wrong person. Guan couldn't help but curse at him. How dare you marry into the family of someone you killed? Although initially, Chu Lu was the victim, he should have stayed away from Qingjialan. With the Holy Court taking action, Guan felt even more at ease. He began to focus on enjoying the transformation of the Tao Void mysterious immortal. Reaching the 9th layer of the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm, what could the Holy King behind the Great Cold Demon sect do to him? If that Holy King was also a Tao Void mysterious immortal, then Guan would fight with all his might to achieve another breakthrough. Chapter 302, Absolutely Not Intoxicating. Under the cloak of night, the vast ocean was riddled with shadows of great cultivators flitting by, and many sea monsters leaped out of the water, making the night all the more terrifying. The isolated island where Guan was situated was surrounded by terrifying waves, which could engulf it at any moment. Yet, he was still waiting for the breakthrough to conclude. The amount of spiritual energy needed for each minor realm within the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm far exceeded that for breakthroughs in previous major realms. Guan had been observing the outside world, for he wanted to know the impact of this breakthrough on the great heavenly spirit land. By now, the range of the descending spiritual energy had become enormously exaggerated. However, in comparison to the entire great heavenly spirit land, it was still not sufficient to shake the whole. The great heavenly spirit land was far too vast. Even though Guan could now see beyond the heavens, he could not overlook the vastness within the great heavenly spirit land. As time elapsed, more and more great cultivators arrived to protect the oceans from all corners, and even sects that Guan previously dared not spy upon sent out great cultivators. Even the dynasty populated entirely by heavenly spirit life forms had sent people out. Guan suddenly discovered an interesting point. The immortal spirit dynasty and the holy court were situated on opposite sides of the great heavenly spirit land, as distant from each other as possible, giving a clear demarcation. He would have to find an opportunity to learn about the immortal spirit dynasty from Bai Zia next time. Guan saw that apart from this stretch of the ocean, the continents and islands and other seas were all protected by great cultivators, even floating in the air near the continent where the supreme sect was located, holding back the waves. The Holy Court's efficiency was truly formidable. It could offer swift protection to the common people within a short period of time, truly worthy of its name. It is worth mentioning that the carefree primordial immortal of this ocean region had been the target of a manhunt. He was besieged by several other carefree primordial immortals and had already fled to outer heaven. Guan couldn't help but mourn him silently. My sin, my sin. Although the other party became involved because of him, Guan had no choice. He had to break through. Going anywhere would attract attention. Going to outer heaven would attract at least those at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, which would be far too dangerous. However, considering the current commotion, Guan's next breakthrough would have to take place outside of heaven. Although outer heaven was dangerous, Tao Void mysterious immortal was not weak. Guan had already seen the words, divine thought true immortal, and had a vast lifespan. He couldn't feel at ease without reaching the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal. He would have to control his next breakthrough a bit more. Reaching the 9th layer, he would have to restrain himself and not prematurely peer into the name of the next realm, lest his heart itch with curiosity. Guan thought silently to himself. The anomalies above the ocean had not affected outer heaven. The moon set and the sun rose. When morning arrived, the turmoil of spiritual energy over the ocean gradually returned to calm. Guan had finally reached the 9th level of Tao Void mysterious immortal. He slowly opened his eyes, and the golden patterns on his forehead shone with an illusory vertical golden eye. The pupil of the primordial divine eye was gradually turning black, then deep gray, making this vertical eye all the more terrifying and oppressive. With a thought, Guan caused the primordial divine eye to disappear. He slowly stood up. Without taking a step, his figure vanished on the spot from the island. Almost instantaneously, he arrived within the Nianshu cave of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai were all immersed in cultivation. The cave was quiet, save for the sound of dripping water, exuding a profound serenity. Guan clapped his hands, and the 3 demons awoke. They quickly came out of the house and upon seeing Guan, were overjoyed and rushed to meet him. Master, what exactly happened outside these past 2 days? Yes indeed, such a terrifying aura came through. Master, are you all right? The 3 demons chattered excitedly, their questions buzzing with enthusiasm. Guan felt a pang of guilt. He should have visited sooner. Instead, he had let them worry for so long. Come on, let's go to the outer world cave, Guan called out, then took the 3 demons away with him. Along the way, the 3 demons talked incessantly, and Guan did not hide anything from them, recounting the calamities they encountered outside. Divine exotic resentful ghosts, divine exotic ghost kings, the great cold demon sect, the heavenly fire catastrophe, and more. All of these stories made them tremble with fear. But hearing from Guan that the calamity had passed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They began to wonder who had resolved the calamity. Guan said even he wasn't sure. When they arrived at the outer world cave, Guan raised his hand. Countless storage bags, storage rings, and storage dharma artifacts flew out of his sleeves and piled up on the open ground. The three demons were stunned. Tian Yaoer couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many?" Guan didn't answer. After piling the collected storage dharma artifacts into a mountain, he swept over them with his divine sense, dispelling all restrictions. In an instant, he obliterated anything that might be harmful. "I entrust these to you. On ordinary days, refrain from touching them to avoid attracting powerful beings," Guan warned them. In truth, no matter how much they handled them, they wouldn't attract other cultivators. He was only worried they might accidentally harm themselves. The three demons nodded blankly, still not fully grasping the situation. Guan didn't explain further and disappeared on the spot. Tian Bai came to her senses and tentatively asked, "Could the mysterious great power who saved us from the calamity be our master?" Tian Yaoer had a strange expression. Long suspecting that Guan downplayed his own strength when he said he was no match for the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, she became even more certain now. She just didn't understand why Guan would hide his true cultivation level. Elsewhere, Guan returned to the Supreme Sect. The continent where the Supreme Sect resided had not been affected by the disturbances of the previous night, though the winds between the heavens and the earth were a bit stronger. He first returned to the 8 scenic caves to inform Jiang Qiong that the Great Cold Demon sect had been eradicated. Jiang Qiong was shocked and immediately left. Guan didn't follow her. Instead, he used the teleportation array in the valley to return to the Third Medicine Valley. Even after 2 days had passed, the atmosphere in the valley was still lively. Most people were discussing the Great Cold Demon sect. Stealing the 5 Elements and 9-Finger Divine Lord resumed their chess game, occasionally shouting, drawing laughter from the surrounding disciples. The servant disciples, who were laboring, were also spirited, and even the white spirit rat under the mystic pure tree was unusually awake, lying at Nzin's feet, enjoying her petting. Everything seemed so harmonious, bringing a smile to Gu An's face. He had taken the risk to intervene so that he could see such a scene every day. Guan walked towards his own loft, his divine sense turned towards outer heaven. His next breakthrough had to take place in outer heaven. He wondered if it was because of last night's anomaly, but there were many great cultivators patrolling above the great heavenly spirit land. Although their cultivation levels were not as high as his, he still didn't want to appear at this critical juncture. He would wait for those great cultivators to disperse before he went to outer heaven for the breakthrough. With his remaining lifespan, breaking through to divine thought true immortal should not be difficult. Thinking of this, Gu An's mood became even more pleasant. He hummed a tune as he ascended to his loft, where the blood prison great saint, lying in wait, watched his master, deep in thought. After Guan entered and closed the door, blood prison great saint finally thought, the master seems to have become stronger again. How high is his realm? On the day the great cold demon sect attacked, the colossal figure that stood taller than heaven and earth fell into the eyes of blood prison great saint, and he immediately knew that it was his master. He felt more than ever that ending up in Gu An's hands was an incredible stroke of fate. Others couldn't get such a chance even if they wanted it. Thinking this, he wore a proud smile. Considering the millennium term, it now seemed like nothing in comparison. When the millennium came, he would choose to stay and continue to serve Guan, whether as an ox or a horse. He had already set his sights on the position of the head disciple of the Third Medicine Valley. Considering Nzin's talent, he was sure she would be buried by then, so who could compete with him? As for Yang Jian, he would definitely want to venture out. The boy also had such ambition. At the same time, inside the loft, Guan sat in a chair and lay down in the position he found most comfortable. Looking at his remaining lifespan of over 600 million years, the corners of his mouth just couldn't help but turn up. He must not become complacent. He would have to continue cultivating medicinal herbs in the future. Dao Void Mysterious Immortal was not his final destination, nor would Divine Thought True Immortal be. He had to keep growing stronger. Right now, he was indeed powerful, but there were still things in the world he could not see through, and thus needed to keep cultivating diligently. For the next few days, Guan began moving between the various medicine valleys, returning to his usual life. During this time, Sage Xian Miao of the North Sea Mountain inquired about his opinion of Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan casually praised him without elaborating much. 5 days later, Guan noticed a group of cultivators with strong cultivation levels sneaking into the continent, investigating the public opinion about Sword Venerable Fudao. These cultivators were all from the Holy Court. It was not just this continent. Cultivators from the Holy Court were also investigating the Great Cold Demon sect and the surrounding seas. Guan did not intervene. The Holy Court beginning to investigate the Great Cold Demon sect suggested that the matter had alarmed the upper echelons of the Holy Court, and the Holy King could no longer act unilaterally. After harvesting all the mature medicinal herbs in the various medicine valleys, Guan began to relax and rest. He found Nine-Finger Divine Lord and played a game of chess, winning 3 rounds in a row. Stealing the 5 Elements became interested and wanted to play as well. Starting from Guan's first move, an hour later, Guan stood up, holding the 7 Stars mirror as a fan, strutting off in a superior manner. Stealing the 5 Elements sat stunned on the stone stool, gazing at the chessboard, utterly lost in thought. The surrounding disciples were thrilled, all praising Guan. Stealing the 5 Elements had always been winning, quite arrogantly at that. Seeing their master defeat him, how could the disciples not be exhilarated? Nine-Finger Divine Lord was amused. It turned out it wasn't that he was inadequate, rather, Guan truly possessed extraordinary comprehension in the ways of chess. Guan left amid the cheers of the disciples, his face wearing a smug smile. Play against me? You'll need another 100 million years of practice. Guan admitted that those at the 9th layer of heaven and earth flying immortal realm were powerful, just 27 small realms below him. Returning to the loft, Guan sat down and opened his attribute panel. He felt regret over the previous lifespan samsara and wished to start another game. After all, there were still plenty of Holy Court great cultivators patrolling outside heaven, so there was no rush to break through. Just one game, and definitely not getting carried away. You consume 10 million years of lifespan to initiate 1 reincarnation evolution. Connecting with Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation worlds. You can choose one of the following worlds: 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. 9 Extreme Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Guan hesitated for a moment before deciding he would still choose the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Where one falls, there one shall rise. This time, he would not repeat the same mistakes. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you shall retain your ability to seize lifespan, but you will not be able to unlock stage-wise functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you are born into a noble household within the Beiqian domain's Great Xia Holy Dynasty, blessed by your parents with the name Shao Xingtian. At the age of 5, while you are fast asleep, you fall victim to poisoning by a concubine of your father's 3rd wife. Before you lose consciousness, you glimpse her figure. Fortunately, your mother discovers you in time, allowing for your rescue. Once your strength returns, your grandfather gathers the family in the Great Hall. Faced with your grandfather's query, will you choose to expose that you were poisoned by the 3rd wife's concubine? Chapter 303 Fighting Will. Guan's hostility. Seeing the prompt of reincarnation evolution, Guan hesitated. If it had been earlier, he would have definitely chosen to expose the crimes of the 3rd concubine to seek justice for himself, but Chu Lu's short life had left him with a psychological shadow. Although lifespan samsara was just an evolution and would not harm his original self, he was toying with 10 million years of lifespan. Moreover, the prompt was brief, and he couldn't analyze the specifics of the situation or understand the background of the 3rd concubine. What if exposing her would bring about a deadly disaster? Forget it, he should endure it for now. Although it was a grieving, it wasn't something he personally experienced. You choose to reveal you were poisoned by the 3rd concubine, a turmoil in the Shao Kingdom's mansion thus resolved. At the age of 8, you began to practice swordsmanship, and accidentally cut a spirit grass during the process, claiming 8 years of lifespan and marking a turning point in your life of immortal cultivation. At 12, thanks to lifespan evolution, your cultivation level broke through to the nascent soul realm. At 17, the Great Ming dynasty was besieged by 3 dynasties, the lands shattered, and you followed the Shao family's southward migration, continuously encountering attacks and fierce battles, and your lifespan grew quickly. At 18, during the escape, you encountered 2 severely injured cultivators, one male and one female, each begging you to save them and kill the other, plunging you into hesitation. You choose to save the male or the female, to kill the male or the female. Neither save nor kill. Guan made his choice without hesitation. You didn't make a move, you watched the 2 die, and after their death, you took their storage bags. Seeing this line of prompt, Guan almost cursed loudly. Why so impulsive? The following years were filled with various escapes and battles. Until at 27, an elder of the great Daoist sect from the Mahayana realm suspected you of slaughtering his descendants since you possessed their descendants' storage bag. You vehemently denied it, yet he still tried to kill you, and finally, both of you were heavily injured, and you got separated from your family. Fighting a Mahayan realm cultivator at the age of 27, Wuxia Xianxia indeed had some substance. It seems his path was quite wild. Guan lamented in his heart. He could only see a general description and didn't know how many enemies Wuxia Xianxia had killed during this process. At 30, you entered the Luoqing sect to focus on cultivation. At 45, the Shao family was slaughtered. Deeply grieving upon learning this, you began to investigate who the enemy was. At 50, after 5 years of investigation, you found that the power that slaughtered the Shao family was the Li family from the East Profound Domain. You left the Luoqing sect alone to rush to the East Profound Domain. Seeing the words East Profound Domain, Guan secretly felt that something was amiss. Why, out of nowhere, was his family destroyed again? Speaking of which, Guan in this life also had no relatives, living alone in the Ji family mansion. Could this be fate? At 60, you stormed the secret realm assessment of the East Profound Saint Mansion, swept through the geniuses of East Profound Domain, and became renowned throughout the world. At 70, you cultivated the Heavenly Gang Holy Body in the East Profound Saint Mansion. The mansion master favored you greatly, wishing to betroth his youngest daughter to you, whether you accept. Do not accept. You refused the mansion master's goodwill. He then took you as a disciple, and you received great cultivation resources from the East Profound Saint Mansion. Guan smiled when he saw this. That's more like it. The following life was filled with various cultivations. Wuxia Xianxia continually enhanced his physique, cultivation technique, and divine skills. His choices were limited, focusing on only one method of each type. Years swiftly passed. At 137, you participated in the holy competitions of the 5 domains. With an overwhelmingly dominant appearance, you claimed the title of the strongest prodigy of the era, and the name of the Heavenly Gang Holy Body spread across the great heaven and earth. At 138, you encountered a cultivator from the Li family during an externship. Due to a deep-seated hatred, you erupted into conflict with the Li family, encountering a mysterious carefree primordial immortal who intervened and nearly killed you. Fortunately, a cultivator named Hanging Pot saved you when you were severely injured. At 139, before your injuries fully healed, the Li family attacked again, vowing to annihilate you. Hanging Pot consumed his true yuan, using a great divine power to shift you and his children into a space-time rift. The 3 of you fell into the Dark Continent. At 140, Hanging Pot's son couldn't withstand the invasion of dark powers, ultimately perishing, his soul turning into a dark undead and disappearing, and you took his sister to search for him. At 142, the 2 of you failed to escape the Dark Continent. Hanging Pot's daughter also turned into a dark undead. You, enraged, began slaughtering the dark undead of the Dark Continent. At 143, you encountered the Black Profound Emperor from the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm, who extinguished your soul. Reincarnation ends. What? Damn Black Profound Emperor again. How did he reach the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm this time? Gu An's eyes widened, his anger uncontainable. If the Black Profound Emperor had the ability to anticipate lifespan, he would have already sensed the intense hostility from Guan. This guy had been squatting on him for 2 lifetimes, how could he bear it? Guan immediately vanished inside the room and teleported to the ocean floor of another world. Then he activated the lifespan barrier. A surge of vast memories rushed into his mind. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes, his face showing complex emotions. Xiao Shengxian's life was more splendid than Chu Lu's, advancing triumphantly, enjoying life fiercely with gratitude and resentment, possessing the fame of the strongest talent of the contemporary era, and he also encountered many beautiful women. Regrettably, he still died. In his memories, Guan learned about the horrors of the Dark Continent, which was even larger than the entire great heavenly spirit land, impossible to fly to the outer heaven, the world dim and vast, as if never able to escape, and a mysterious power called Dark Force devouring him. If not for the sufficiently powerful heavenly gang holy body, Xiao Xingtian might not have lasted until the day he met the Black Profound Emperor. It must be said, the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm Black Profound Emperor was truly terrifying. Guan not only possessed memories but could also deeply experience the feelings of the time. When the Black Profound Emperor killed him, he seemed to deliberately preserve his flesh. The thought of his body being used by the Black Profound Emperor really irked Guan. He also did not know where the Dark Continent was, whether the timing could match up, and if they met, if the opponent's cultivation was not as good as his, he must make the Black Profound Emperor truly feel despair. The second reincarnation evolution ended at only 143 years old, which was quite annoying. However, the gain was greater than last time. Although the heavenly gang holy body was not as good as his primordial ultimate body, he could pass it on to his disciples in the future. The real gain was Xiao Shengxian's will. Xiao Xingtian cultivated a kind of fighting will. The more severe the injury, the stronger the burst of strength, capable of sweeping all opponents of the same realm, and even had a chance to counter-kill higher realm opponents. Of course, for Guan, the main use of the fighting will was manifested in crossing the tribulation. With this will, would his evolutionary practice in crossing the tribulation be easier? Guan felt deeply and pondered whether he in the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm was stronger than the Black Profound Emperor. With his whole Bodhi's ultimate skills, he really wanted to try challenging the Black Profound Emperor. He then disappeared from the seabed, returning to the attic of the Third Medicine Valley. Although merging memories caused some disturbance, it wasn't as significant as his previous breakthrough. Guan sat on a chair, suddenly feeling like trying again. He couldn't pick the Dark Continent next time. There was no need to stubbornly confront the Black Profound Emperor. Forget it. Bad luck. In the reincarnation evolution, Guan could only make significant choices. He couldn't control how his evolving self specifically acted, meaning, reincarnation evolution was unknown. Since it was unknown, it needed to be mystical. Moreover, Guan still needed to break through. He couldn't get overexcited and delay his breakthrough. Guan took out the Green Hero Travelogue and flipped through a few pages, completely shifting his thoughts. This book is truly incredible. Even if Xian Tianyi died now, with this book, in Guan's heart, he was a saint. The news of the Great Cold Demon sect being wiped out by Sword Venerable Fudao spread wildly for a long time, making Sword Venerable Fudao's fame spread even wider. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and time came to the end of the year. Winter snow covered the vast heaven and earth. Guan was writing a book in the attic, recording all the Daoist sorcery and ultimate skills practiced by Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian in his lifetime into a secret book, not wishing to immediately disseminate it but just writing for fun. If it could prove useful later, he could directly bring it out. He suddenly sensed something, raised an eyebrow, then put down his pen and vanished inside the room. Far away on the ocean, Baizia lay on a large gourd, the gourd soaring among the clouds, his legs crossed, looking very stylish. He sensed an aura and immediately opened his eyes, leaping up. Then, he saw a figure swiftly approaching, his face breaking into a surprised smile. It was Meng Lang, whom he wanted to see. Guan quickly flew in front of Baizia and greeted with a fist and palm salute. Daoist friend Bai, didn't expect to meet you here. Baizia frankly stated his purpose, then greeted him back, smiling. Daoist friend Meng, long time no see, are you well? Have you been affected by the Great Cold Demon sect? He had already flown into the area endangered by the Great Cold Demon sect. Of course, this was just the peripheral region, so Guan dared to meet him. No, I wasn't here at the time, I only came back after hearing that the Great Cold Demon sect was extinguished. Guan shook his head. Doing well? Quite good, just broke through to the 9th layer of the Dao Void mysterious immortal realm. Bai Zia invited Guan onto the gourd, and he unceremoniously joined. The two began discussing the Great Cold Demon sect and Sword Venerable Fudao. Bai Zia was shocked by this matter. He didn't expect such a big event to occur within the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Although the Great Cold Demon sect wasn't comparable to Mortal World Peak, it wouldn't be far off. To wipe out the Great Cold Demon sect with one's own power, its Daoist level was unimaginable. There were still survivors from the Great Cold Demon sect, but they were like scattered monkeys after a tree falls, many enemies kicking them while down. Bai Zia was very curious about Sword Venerable Fudao, asking Guan when this person had emerged. Guan then said he was in seclusion before, also unsure when Sword Venerable Fudao appeared. The two talked for a long time, and the conversation was mostly Guan asking questions and Bai Zia patiently answering. An hour later, Guan suddenly asked, Daoist friend Bai, have you ever heard of the Dark Continent? Bai Zia frowned, surprised he asked, the Dark Continent? Never heard of it, is it powerful? Where is it? Hearing this, Guan could only say, I'm not clear either, just heard a senior mention this name, so I was curious. Afterward, he bid farewell to Bai Zia. Bai Zia hurriedly said, Mortal World Peak will soon hold a 10,000-year summit, you must come, officially taking over as Peak Master. Guan nodded, then flew toward the direction away from the Supreme Sect. As he flew far away, Bai Zia muttered, Dark Continent, why does it feel like I've heard it somewhere? Chapter 304, Breakthrough to the Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 9 Layers. After bidding farewell to Bai Zia, Guan took a detour, only then returning to the 3rd Medicine Valley. He finished writing the current secret book, then went downstairs to join the disciples in shoveling snow. During the process of shoveling snow, his thoughts were constantly in outer heaven. When would those wandering cultivators of the Holy Court disperse? They couldn't stop Guan. He was just worried that the noise from his breakthrough would be too loud and attract them near the lifespan barrier. What if someone intruded? Guan didn't want to make unnecessary enemies with the Holy Court, nor did he want anyone to discover his true cultivation level. He could only wait. As winter passed and spring arrived, the years went by. The news of Sword Venerable Fudao's world-saving feat spread widely across this region of the mortal world, earning more and more praises, and his fame spread throughout the great heaven and earth. Relative to the tumultuous seas, the continent quickly calmed down since they had heard of Sword Venerable Fudao's feats not for the first time. However, a change in the dynamics occurred in the human race's world. The forces that had fled returned but could no longer maintain their former dominance, while those who stayed behind gained more support and developed rapidly. The other continent on the 9 Nether Road was even more dangerous. The sects and families of the Taizong dynasty couldn't secure a footing there, and the fleeing forces returned in disgrace within a few years. Jianghu also returned to the Juhua sect, beginning to develop the sect peacefully. Gu An's days returned to being leisurely. Before he knew it, 10 years had passed. The wandering cultivators of the Holy Court outside heaven finally dispersed, and Guan was waiting for this day. He immediately set off, leaving quietly. In just one step, he reached the depths of the universe, flying towards a location he had chosen long ago. It was a gigantic meteorite, even larger than the continent where the Supreme Sect was located. Guan landed on the meteorite. Looking around, the great heavenly spirit land seemed very distant. Reckoned for a heaven and earth flying immortal, it would also be impossible to spy with the naked eye. Turning around, the universe's depths behind him were extremely dark. From here to the silent destruction domain was closer than to the great heavenly spirit land. This was also intentional on his part, to make the Holy Court think that the anomalies were caused by a heavenly demon. He sat down on the spot, activating the lifespan barrier. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 220/639, 660, 342, physique, primordial ultimate body, cultivation level, divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm 9th layer. This lifespan was truly a delight to behold. He had to be more careful about this breakthrough, the last time he crossed the lifespan barrier he had consumed tens of millions of years of lifespan, a figure that could not be ignored. Guan took a deep breath, deciding to directly aim for a breakthrough in cultivation level. Tribulation every 300,000 years, still quite frightening. 1 billion, get on board. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 600,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. Guan remained expressionless, already used to failure. No matter, he still had 5 billion years, he didn't believe they could drain him completely. However, something terrible happened. When his tribulation failures exceeded 100 times, his expression became grave. When his tribulation failures exceeded 200 times, his expression became ugly. When 1 billion years were all used up, he was on the verge of a breakdown. What was this heavenly Tao 49 mysterious void tribulation? Was it this absurd? Once Guan successfully broke through, he must investigate the origin of this heavenly tribulation. Even within the same realm, heavenly tribulations are not fixed. Taking mortal world peak, for instance, their recorded types of heavenly tribulations exceeded 10,000. The rule summarized by the immortal cultivation world is that the more powerful you are within the same realm, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation. However, those cultivators, despite an increased difficulty in their tribulation, could rely on formations, Dharma treasures, and sect teachings for support. Guan could only rely on himself, owning no Dharma treasures. After a full aspect promotion, he himself was terrifyingly strong. How could such a him fail more than 300 times? Guan gritted his teeth, choosing to commit 30 million years of lifespan. From 1 billion to 30 million, it wasn't that he was frightened, he just felt he was close to succeeding and didn't want to waste lifespan. However, all failed again. Guan's eyes began to redden, he couldn't believe it. Another 30 million years. Dare to consume 500 million years. When Guan's thoughts settled, he still failed. Another 30 million years. Failed. 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 Just as Guan was preparing to continue investing, the prompt finally changed its length. He succeeded. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 2,330,000,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation, and you endured the 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations. Tribulation succeeded, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 260 million years. Your cultivation level rose to the second layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300 million years. Your cultivation level was enhanced for a million years to not break through a minor realm. Is divine thought true immortal that exaggerated? Feeling spiritual energy flowing into his body, Guan hurriedly continued to invest lifespan. Third layer. Fourth layer. He must reach the 9th layer to feel at ease. Eventually, he spent another 54 million years of lifespan and finally reached the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm. The mighty spiritual energy surged into his body, its scale far surpassing that when breaking through the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. Not only that, he found himself also absorbing the universal laws pervading the cosmos. He immediately closed his eyes to meticulously experience it. As he closed his eyes, the universal laws became clear, those laws falling and then vanishing into thin air, finally appearing imperceptibly inside the lifespan barrier. Soon, Guan noticed a divine sense sweeping over from the silent destruction domain. It was the carefree primordial immortal. As time passed, the noise from the breakthrough grew louder, attracting more and more divine senses, with the lowest being at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. After 30 minutes, Guan sensed the divine sense of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Fortunately, those guys didn't dare show themselves yet, only daring to hide and use divine sense to spy. About half an ancient hour passed. Guan suddenly sensed something, subconsciously opened his eyes, and then his eyes widened. He saw a pair of eyes appearing in the cosmic darkness, ordinary human race eyes, just like a mortal's, except the gaze was very detached. These eyes were large, with the stars and continents of the universe completely tiny like dust before them. Guan felt as though he was being watched by the other, which made him feel uneasy. Could the lifespan barrier have been seen through? After a while, the pupils of those eyes finally shifted away. Guan breathed a sigh of relief, daring to play such a dirty trick. Thinking I would be scared to jump out and beg for mercy? Unbearable. Just then, he finally succeeded in his breakthrough, and a stream of memories began flowing into his mind, all about divine thought true immortal. Divine thought true immortal, divine sense transformed into divine thought, with immensely powerful thoughts that could kill enemies or cast spells through thought alone. True immortal, then, is a true immortal. His flesh and spirit underwent another transformation, and once completed, he would be an immortal conforming to the heavenly creation, not one just enhanced through cultivation. Guan's consciousness immersed in the legacy memories, he saw many images. He could peer into the past lives of any beings that had a karmic connection with him, a very peculiar feeling. However, he couldn't see Ji Xiaoyu's past life. He could only start from where Ji Xiaoyu was born in this life. The most surprising thing for him was that he could even peek into the lives of beings with karmic ties established with Chu Lu and Shao Xingtian. If so, doesn't this prove that reincarnation evolution could really turn into reality? This led Guan into endless conjecture. He was immersed in the karmic images, unable to extricate himself, not feeling the slightest discomfort but rather a kind of indescribable ease. Peering into karma, his mind was filled with countless images, yet it felt as exhilarating as chi absorption cultivation, making him even more invigorated. By the time Guan successfully broke through to the divine thought true immortal realm, he was still in those images. Cultivation continued to break through. From the first layer to the second layer. From the second layer to the third layer. Gradually, powerful beings began passing by this area, sweeping over the meteorite where he was located. Chapter 305, Absolute Order. After Guan reached the 9th layer of the divine thought true immortal realm, the spiritual energy and rules within the universe that had been violently disturbed returned to tranquility. Looking around, powerful figures were darting in all directions, while the pair of eyes that had been spying on the universe had already disappeared. Guan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent. Having seen so many lives, his Daoist heart had been elevated, and in the unknown reaches, he had even touched upon a Tao that belonged to himself. The Tao is long and profound, necessitating accumulation over lengthy eons. Currently, Guan possessed only cultivation level. Wishing to strengthen his Tao, he needed to traverse real time in reality. Of course, this did not mean Guan was weaker compared to others at the same realm. The Tao was merely the direction for his future cultivation. 9 heavens of immortal path, divine thought true immortal was already the 8th heaven. Chi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing, unification, mystic heart, Mahayana, Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, heaven and earth flying immortal, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Tao void mysterious immortal, divine thought true immortal. Unknowingly, Guan had transcended so many major realms. He was only 220 years old now, his future achievements were limitless. What realm lies above the 9 heavens? Guan fell into endless reverie, uncaring about the figures moving in various directions. Let alone other divine thought true immortals, currently no Tao void mysterious immortal had appeared, likely hidden in the shadows. Considering the mysterious giant eye he had encountered before, he now recalled and still could not see through the opponent's cultivation level. Guan looked at the consumption of the lifespan barrier and frowned. This breakthrough alone had consumed over 50 million years of lifespan. Now he had only 340 million years left. This breakthrough exhausting nearly 300 million years made it hard to imagine how many years the next breakthrough would require. Nevertheless, the cultivation of the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm was enough for him to protect himself. Guan stood up, thinking of the scene inside the 3rd Medicine Valley Pavilion. Just as the thought arose, he returned indoors. This was the prowess of a divine thought true immortal. Thinking of a place, moving at will, he had already achieved the ability to be omnipresent to an initial extent. The whole heaven and earth appeared different to Guan. He saw more rules, and the universe became clearer. He once again spied on the great heavenly spirit land, his divine sense far surpassing his previous divine perception, allowing him to penetrate the formations and restrictions of those great powers without being noticed. This great heaven and earth indeed harbored divine immortals of wondrous dharma, though few in number, all were in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. Guan's gaze turned to the immortal spirit dynasty, which was located on a continent much larger than the one beneath his feet, with newborns starting at the nirvana realm. There, too, were divine immortals of wondrous dharma, even Dao void mysterious immortals as well as places too profound to probe. In his eyes, the standard for being unprovable was silence. His divine thought could forcefully intrude, but it would surely disturb the beings inside. This immortal spirit dynasty is strong. If it weren't for the Holy Court, it would not be difficult for this dynasty to unify the great heavenly spirit land. However, they seemed not to desire hegemony but were isolated from the world. Guan saw no immortals coming in and out. He then turned his divine thoughts towards the Holy Court at the other end of heaven and earth. The baseline of the Holy Court was not as high as that of the immortal spirit dynasty, but the number of beings in the Holy Court was extremely large, incomparable to the immortal spirit dynasty, and the number of beings at the same realm was also greater than that of the immortal spirit dynasty. If the immortal spirit dynasty was taking an elite route, the Holy Court was developing in all aspects, and it held absolute control over the great heavenly spirit land. There were also places in the Holy Court that Guan would not offend lightly, but after roughly spying around, Guan felt that the Holy Court was still stronger than the immortal spirit dynasty. During his observation, Guan saw the carefree primordial immortals moving in and out of the great heavenly spirit land in ways that beings could not perceive. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, after reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, he had not acted recklessly. Otherwise, when the carefree primordial immortal arrived in front of him, he would not even have been aware. After reaching the divine thought true immortal realm, Guan was better able to sense the foundation of the great heavenly spirit land, and of course, he also had his own confidence, not so fearful of the Holy Court. Guan vaguely saw the chi fortune of the Holy Court forming an invisible passage, leading deep into the universe, entering the annihilation zone. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the annihilation zone. The universe was vast and boundless, and the annihilation zone was not just in one direction but surrounded the cosmic region where the great heavenly spirit land was located, although the great heavenly spirit land was closer to one side. Thus, the beings of the great heavenly spirit land who flew out mistook that the silent destruction domain was only in one direction. Even for a heaven and earth flying immortal, flying to the annihilation zone from another direction would take many years, enough to see how vast the universe is. Guan retracted his divine thoughts, filled with emotion. This world was different from what he had anticipated. Due to the influence of past life culture, he felt that if there was the immortal path, there would be order, with immortals governing all things under heaven and reincarnation constraining yin-yang. Yet, in reality, there was none. There were realms of immortal path but no immortals governing the heavenly Tao. There were reincarnation and yin-yang, yet no order like that of the underworld. Now, having observed the universe, Guan had only one feeling. It was chaos. There was no absolute order. Guan thought that there might be an even vaster world on the other end of the universe, with the silent destruction domain impeding the steps of the beings of the great heavenly spirit land, especially since he had learned through reincarnation evolution about the existence of other great lands. Speaking of the dark great land alone, he felt that the dark great land was stronger and larger than the great heavenly spirit land. This was normal. Zia had mentioned that the current great heavenly spirit land was just a fragment. How vast the true great heavenly spirit land was hard to imagine. Guan couldn't help but think of his juniors, his disciples. His pride faded along. Though a divine thought true immortal was indeed powerful, he had not yet reached a stage where he could command reincarnation, at least he could not make those around him immortal. He was planning to visit Yilan after some time to see if he could help extend her ultimate lifespan. Guan raised his hand, tapping the desktop with a finger. This action was transmitting mana. He was enhancing the mana within the heaven-cutting axe while also strengthening the words, righteous path, on the heavenly repair platform. Since the prestige of Sword Venerable Fudao had already been established, he would just have to maintain it. At the end of summer, the weather was gradually cooling. In the woods, Guan was guiding Yang Jian in his cultivation. Yang Jian wielded a trident and blade, his attacks swift and powerful, yet unable to harm Guan, who with just 2 fingers could block all his attacks. This trident and blade were forged by order of Li Xiandao and had already been given to Yang Jian, but typically, inside Medicine Valley, Yang Jian would not bring out this divine weapon. The making of this divine weapon was similar to that of the heaven-cutting axe, weighing 1,000,000 jin, and it contained special restrictions inside that enhanced its strike force. Yang Jian grew more and more astonished in battle. He had gone all out, not to threaten his master, but under his master's suppression, even the force he swung could not damage the woods. At first glance, he seemed like a martial artist who was just faster and more forceful in his movements. Blood Prison Great Saint lay on the side watching. He was not surprised, feeling that it should be so. What he cared about was Yang Jian's state. This young man's aura was getting stronger, and he could not imagine what posture Yang Jian would have once he reached the Mahayana realm. Yang Jian leaped up, slashing down furiously. Guan raised his right hand, pinning the blade between his fingers, preventing it from pressing downward, which made Yang Jian tremble. "All right, let's stop for today." Guan spoke, his tone calm, thereafter setting Yang Jian down. Yang Jian sheathed his blade and hurriedly bowed, his heart uneasy, unsure if he had satisfied his master. His actual cultivation had reached the 7th layer of divinity transformation realm. Other than his own efforts, he received many elixirs from Guan. As for cultivation speed, it quite satisfied Guan. "Let's go back, a major figure is visiting today." Guan revealed a smile, softly speaking. Yang Jian couldn't help but be curious. What major figure? They walked towards the outside of the woods. Along the way, Blood Prison Great Saint started to evaluate Yang Jian's battle, imparting practical fighting experience, and Yang Jian, knowing his true cultivation, listened very attentively. An ancient hour later, Guan was playing chess with Stealing the 5 Elements, watched by 9-Finger Divine Lord, Shenxinzi, and a crowd of cultivators. Stealing the 5 Elements was frowning deeply, hesitating to make a move. Just then, a sonorous voice echoed through Supreme Sect, reverberating across the continent. "Holy Minister decrees, Sword Venerable Fudao's merit in saving beings is notable, and he may enter the Holy Court to receive the Chi Fortune Fruit position." Upon these words, everyone in Medicine Valley looked up, and Guan also pretended to look. After a brief silence, uproars broke out in Medicine Valley. The Holy Court? A reward for Sword Venerable Fudao? What's the matter? What power is this Holy Court? What is Chi Fortune Fruit position? It sounds quite powerful. Who is this holy minister, daring to recruit Sword Venerable Fudao? Too arrogant. Most disciples felt dissatisfied with the Holy Court after hearing this, feeling that the Holy Court did not respect Sword Venerable Fudao. At least from these words, it seemed the Holy Court considered itself stronger than Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan could not help but shake his head in amusement. Recruit me? But this plot point somewhat resembles Journey to the West. Luckily, it's not recruiting me to be Horse's Fortune. A disciple couldn't help but inquire about the background of the Holy Court from 9-Finger Divine Lord, who did not conceal anything and began to introduce the Holy Court. Hearing that the Holy Court was the overlord of the entire world, the disciples' dissatisfaction quickly dissipated. Immediately after, they started to worry about Sword Venerable Fudao leaving. Without Sword Venerable Fudao, what would they do in case of another crisis in the future? Meanwhile, Guan sensed that the heaven and earth flying immortal who had transmitted the message had already stepped onto the heavenly repair platform. He immediately stood up to go watch the excitement. Inside the outer gate city, the crowd was buzzing. People on the heavenly repair platform were discussing the Holy Court, many also believing that the Holy Court was undervaluing Sword Venerable Fudao. A man in white walked among the crowd, his pace not quick, his long sleeves fluttering, his appearance handsome, holding a folding fan in his hand. He wore a smile on his face, his heart scornful. A group of mortals dares to question the holy court? The man in white was not angry, he would not bother with mortals over this, and since this was Sword Venerable Fudao's territory, it would not be good to offend Sword Venerable Fudao. A great power capable of eradicating the great cold demon sect was not someone he could provoke. After delivering the holy minister's message, he did not care whether Sword Venerable Fudao agreed or not, he now wanted to try out that heaven-cutting axe. Before coming to Supreme Sect, he had heard about the legend of the heaven-cutting axe while traveling in the Taizong dynasty. Chapter 306, I am Sword Venerable Fudao. The man in white walked for a while, slowly arriving in front of the heaven-cutting axe. Zui Yijian saw his extraordinary bearing and couldn't help but scrutinize him with curiosity. The man in white asked with a smile, I am Lu Xianxia, may I try my hand at the heaven-cutting axe? The creatures of this continent are too weak, naturally, it would be impossible for them to receive the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fudao. If he could achieve that, it would also be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Leaving aside his identity, for him as a heaven and earth flying immortal, Great Cold Demon Sect is certainly an immovable behemoth that he could easily sweep away. The man in white speculated that Sword Venerable Fudao might possess abilities comparable to a holy king. Go ahead, but you can only pull once per day, said Zui Yijian, neither haughty nor humble. Over the years, he had seen too many great cultivators, and the pride in his heart had also been growing. In his eyes, the honor of Sword Venerable Fudao was even higher than the prosperity of the Supreme Sect. The man in white nodded and turned his gaze to the heaven-cutting axe. At the same time, Guan stood among the crowd, watching the man in white from afar and sending out a lifespan detection. Lu Xianxia, 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm 67980/500000/890000, an extreme lifespan of 890,000 years. It was unknown what realm he could reach in his lifetime. Guan suspected that a certain realm might once again bring a transformation of extreme lifespan, but since his breakthroughs did not increase his lifespan, he was not clear about which realm would bring about such a transformation. Furthermore, in his view, the previous great realms all had the feeling of being reborn from the ashes. Under Guan's watchful gaze, Lu Xianxia grasped the handle of the heaven-cutting axe and his expression changed slightly. The gaze of more and more onlookers fell upon them. Anyone looking at Lu Xianxia would think that he came from an extraordinary background. Lu Xianxia began to exert force, and for a moment, the heavenly repair platform trembled slightly, but the heaven-cutting axe did not budge an inch. Zui Yijian's look changed when he saw Lu Xianxia shake the heavenly repair platform. It indicated that Lu Xianxia's cultivation level was extremely profound. It was too normal to not be able to lift the heaven-cutting axe. After all, Sword Venerable Fudao was unmatched in the world. At least, in Zui Yijian's heart, Sword Venerable Fudao was invincible. Wait a minute. This guy's voice is very similar to the one who shouted just now. It's not just similar, it's the exact same voice, just quieter, and the oppressive feeling is also restrained. Having realized this, Zui Yijian's gaze towards Lu Xianxia was filled with hostility. How dare this scoundrel try to poach the Sword Venerable? Outrageous. The commotion caused by Lu Xianxia attracted the attention of everyone on the heavenly repair platform, but he didn't pull for too long. After a few breaths, he released his hand. He let out a long sigh, stepped back, and said with a smile, Sword Venerable Fudao is indeed as reputed, I am impressed. After that, he raised his hand in salute to the heaven-cutting axe, then turned and left. The cultivators along the way made way for him, afraid of offending him. Just from the commotion earlier, they felt they were not in a position to provoke him. Guan stood among the crowd and also gazed at Lu Xianxia. Soon, Lu Xianxia disappeared from the platform, prompting discussion among the cultivators there. Guan then headed down the platform. Since he was here, he might as well take a stroll, otherwise, stealing the 5 elements and 9-fingered Divine Lord would suspect why he specifically came to watch Lu Xianxia. Of course, the most important reason was that Guan did not want to play go with stealing the 5 elements. These guys were playing slower and slower games. Guan certainly understood their malicious intentions. Indeed, at this moment, stealing the 5 elements was still claiming the last game was a draw. Although the others didn't believe it, stealing the 5 elements was dead set on it, and no one else wanted to pursue the matter further, as the cultivation levels were quite deterring. Guan paid a visit to the elixir hall, where almost everyone recognized him, except for the disciples who had just started this year. His income from Medicine Valley was one of the highest in the entire Supreme Sect, not to mention he was also a core formation realm cultivator. Even having reached the divine thought true immortal realm, Guan still liked to chat with others. As for the invitation from the Holy Court, he didn't want to pay it any mind. Going to the Holy Court was likely to cause trouble, and he certainly didn't want any of that. What if, in the process, he ended up making enemies with the Holy Court? Although Guan had wiped out the Ephemera sect, the 7 Stars Spirit Realm, and the Great Cold Demon sect, he was inherently kind-hearted and peace-loving. Well, if it's possible to avoid making enemies, then it's better not to. Not until dusk did Guan return to his valley, and by then, stealing the 5 elements had long since disappeared. In the days that followed, Guan noticed that Lu Xianxia had no intention of leaving the Supreme Sect. Guan couldn't help praying, hoping the man wouldn't enter his Medicine Valley. The 3rd Medicine Valley had already hidden too many monsters and devils, it couldn't house any more. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. In the 3rd Medicine Valley, under an old tree, Guan held the 7 Stars mirror, using it like a fan, relaxing blissfully. Sitting opposite him, Lu Xianxia's complexion was ugly, his hand holding the ghost stones unable to make a move for a long time. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-fingered Divine Lord sat aside, both revealing sincere smiles. A being in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm and still less than 70,000 years old was definitely a top-notch genius of the current era. Even stealing the 5 elements, who was also in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm, felt a dangerous aura from Lu Xianxia. After learning to play Go, Lu Xianxia was able to beat stealing the 5 elements on the same day. After losing the position of the second best Go player in the world, stealing the 5 elements had always been displeased with Lu Xianxia. Today, he finally got to see Lu Xianxia get put in his place. Suddenly, Lu Xianxia raised his eyes to look at Guan and asked in a deep voice, "Impossible. Who exactly are you?" While Go is indeed exquisite, he felt that the reason the other party could win was because they anticipated his next move. This suggests what? That the opponent's deductive abilities were stronger than his own. His talent and comprehension might not be considered top-notch in the Holy Court, but he still believed he was a genius. He refused to believe that Guan's comprehension exceeded his own. There's only one possibility. This person is hiding their true cultivation level. After hearing this, Guan said with a proud smile, "I'll tell you, I am Sword Venerable Fudao, do you believe that? Kid, you can't even recognize the immortal path supreme treasures in my hand and on my head, yet you aim to see through my cultivation level?" On hearing Guan's words, Lu Xianxia suddenly stood up, and quickly bowed with clasped hands towards Guan. Stealing the 5 elements, 9-fingered Divine Lord, and those around them, were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lu Xianxia looked up, confused. What was so funny about that? Weren't these people afraid of offending Sword Venerable Fudao? 9-fingered Divine Lord could not help but laugh and say, "Young brother, you can inquire around if you wish. This lad is only in his 200s, how could he possibly be Sword Venerable Fudao?" Sword Venerable Fudao became famous over 100 years ago. On hearing this, Lu Xianxia looked at Guan in disbelief. Now he naturally didn't believe that Guan was Sword Venerable Fudao. What can be accomplished in 200 years? With talent like his, he could at most cultivate to the mystic heart realm. What is a realm before nirvana worth? No different from ants. Even if they said Sword Venerable Fudao was 200 years old, he wouldn't believe it. Sword Venerable Fudao must definitely be an existence that transcends the carefree primordial immortal. "You," Lu Xianxia stared at Guan, quite angry. Guan stood up and said, "Someone is looking for me, you guys continue playing." Having said that, he slipped away. Lu Xianxia watched his retreating figure, unable to let go for a long time. Luckily, this guy didn't harbor enmity toward Guan, otherwise, he would have been extinguished this evening. Stealing the 5 elements immediately took the seat that Guan had vacated and said, "Let's continue. I think I have figured out your game." Lu Xianyi took a deep breath and could only sit down. He knew that Guan, being the valley master, couldn't escape, and he refused to believe that he couldn't beat a mere mortal in a game. Guan was not using an excuse, someone was indeed looking for him. He waited at the base of his own attic. After a while, a figure flew into the valley. It was Xiantianyi. "Big brother, long time no see," Guan exclaimed with joy. Xiantianyi was as spirited as ever. He patted Guan on the shoulder and observed him closely, praising, "You learned to dress up, you have a bit of my aura. But your cultivation hasn't increased, you're disgracing me." Lu Xianyi, who was playing Go downstairs, heard this and immediately dismissed his doubts. Someone who could greet a junior cultivator of the Mahayana realm as a brother, could that be some profound master? It seems this lad's invention of Go really is based on unique insights. Guan took Xiantianyi upstairs to catch up. Once inside, Xiantianyi began to recount his experiences over the years. He too had dealt with divine exotic resentful ghosts and had a wealth of experiences. Guan listened intently, sometimes shocked, which pleased Xiantianyi. He liked chatting with this younger brother, so invigorating. Xiantianyi mentioned Li Ya and Anhao, especially Anhao, whose tone was filled with envy. He truly understood what an unmatched genius was. Compared to Anhao, his own talent seemed mediocre. And he had also learned that Anhao's master was Sword Venerable Fudao. What? His master is, no wonder, no wonder. Guan marveled. The attic was protected by Xiantianyi's restrictions, so they didn't worry about the disciples overhearing. As for the likes of stealing the 5 elements, even if they did hear, what of it? If they dared to plot against Anhao, Guan wouldn't consider their friendship over Go. After Great Cold Demon sect withdrew, the sea became chaotic since quite a number of forces had escaped previously, freeing up a lot of maritime and land resources, and the Star Sea congregations are also vying with others over them, Xiantianyi reflected. Although many years had passed, bringing up that event still excited him. Sword Venerable Fudao truly gave the Supreme Sect glory. While Xiantianyi's heart lay with the Supreme Sect, he belonged to the Star Sea congregations. The two thus chatted passionately. Meanwhile, after beating stealing the 5 elements, Lu Xianyi stood up and left, ignoring stealing the 5 elements' requests for another match. He wandered around the valley, and his attention was captured by Shinxinzi. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect Lu Xianyi seemed to have an idea, but he quickly shifted his gaze, with no intention of approaching Shinxinzi. He observed everyone in the valley. This Medicine Valley was too peculiar. The inhabitants were either terrifyingly weak or concealed immortals, with an enormous disparity. Suddenly, his gaze was again drawn to one person, and this time, his eyes latched on. Following his line of sight, it was Yang Jian who was weeding. Due to the vast gulf in their cultivation, Yang Jian, who had his back to Lu Xianyi, did not detect anything unusual. Until a voice came from behind him, "What is your name?" Yang Jian subconsciously stood up and turned around. He had seen Lu Xianyi from a distance before and knew that the other party had an important status and was not a simple cultivator. "My name is Yang Jian. May I know what matter brings you here, senior?" Yang Jian bowed with clasped hands, striking a balance between respect and not coming across as obsequious. Yang Jian? Lu Xianyi mused, recalling having heard this name before. It was mentioned by 2 Supreme Sect disciples in conversation, with one claiming that true Lord Erlang, Yang Jian, was more formidable than the great sage equaling heaven. The two even quarreled about it in the end. Chapter 307, Millennium Summit. Yang Jian knew from Lu Xianyi's expression that he had heard of Journey to the West, but hadn't read it, plus his demeanor suggested he most likely came from overseas. He immediately took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xianyi. "This is my favorite book, the most extraordinary book ever, a gift for you, my elder." Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyi quickly reached out to accept it, even bowing gratefully, which made Yang Jian feel vigilant. What's going on? Did this fellow realize he was concealing his cultivation level? Seeing the change in Yang Jian's eyes, Lu Xianyi spoke. "Thanks, I'll go read this book now since I have nothing else to do." With that, he turned and left. Yang Jian watched him walk away, thought for a moment, and continued reading. It wasn't until the evening that Xian Tianyi finally left. Guan looked at the book on the table, his face full of anticipation. The latest Green Hero travelogue. Xian Tianyi truly was a saint in his eyes. Despite the chaos in recent years, that youngster still managed to write a book. You should know the Green Hero travelogue is adapted from real experiences and focuses on romantic plots, implying that these years Xian Tianyi had incurred more romantic debts. Guan took a deep breath and then picked up the Green Hero travelogue with both hands. The moon outside the window was full, and the valley was filled with the continuous sound of insects, making the atmosphere more enjoyable for reading. It wasn't just him reading in the valley, Lu Xianyi was also in his guest room reading. Lu Xianyi held Journey to the West in one hand, his brow furrowed, and his other hand was calculating something. 7 days later. Guan rode the blood prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley to pick medicinal herbs. Only Luo Han, Lv Xian, and 3 monkey demons were there. Yi Luyun, Ji Ruolai, and Li Lingtian hadn't returned. Above the clouds, Lu Xianyi looked down at Tianya Valley, his brow tightly knit. Listening to the exchange between Guan and Luo Han, he finally let down his guard. This youngster providing the supreme sect with grass and serving the dynasty as a laborer, with hardly a grand background, was exactly why he was so humble. Lu Xianyi turned and left, planning to visit the supreme sect. He had heard that investiture of the gods could be linked with Journey to the West, and he wanted to see what investiture of the gods was about. As Guan continued reading, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Beside him, Luo Han continued asking, "What have you considered?" "Let's not, I really don't want to leave the supreme sect. Thank the emperor and the crown prince for their kindness on my behalf, but I won't be going to the imperial city," Guan replied. Luo Han smiled and said, "The crown prince always talks about defeating Yang Jian. He's been cultivating hard these years. He even received pointers from a great cultivator from the ocean. You better prepare Yang Jian." Guan nodded, "Sure, old Luo, you've aged." "Aged? Why would you say that? You've become more and more long-winded. You used to talk less when you borrowed the Green Hero travelogue. You dare mention that, without a new volume of Green Hero travelogue, the supreme secret records you asked me to find still haven't appeared. Read more of the Journey to the West and cultivate your mind." Guan kept reading while bantering with Luo Han. Days continued to pass. Autumn left, and winter arrived. Snow began to fly. One day, while reading in the 8 scenic caves, Guan suddenly sensed something and immediately took out a green jade, the mortal jade of the mortal world peak, a symbol of a peak master and also a magic artifact. He sent his divine thought into it and soon learned that the Millennium Peak meeting was about to start. He thought for a moment, stood up, and disappeared from the spot. The mortal jade had a directional guide inside, but Guan didn't need it. He had already found the location of Mortal World Peak. Mortal World Peak was very distant from the Supreme Sect, situated over an ocean covered in thick fog. There were no islands or continents, only towering peaks rising straight from the ocean floor into the clouds. Guan appeared at the edge of Mortal World Peak and then proceeded forward through the clouds. It wasn't long before he saw the figures of cultivators, more and more of them all heading in the same direction. Guan didn't speed up, flying at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery along the way. He was considering, now as a peak master, whether to plant medicinal herbs on his own peak. Arriving at Mortal World Peak, he couldn't rely entirely on picking his own herbs, as that would be too suspicious. After all, here, he was a heaven and earth flying immortal. "Daoist friend, please wait." A voice came from behind, and Guan stopped and turned to look. He saw 2 cultivators approaching on swords, a man and a woman, both at the Nirvana realm. Guan performed a lifespan detection. The man was named Su Ruohai and the woman Su Shi. Their ultimate lifespans were not outstanding, but also not mediocre. The 2 approached Guan, and Su Ruohai took the initiative to raise his hand in greeting. "I am Su Ruohai, this is my sister, Su Shi. May I ask for your honored name, Daoist friend?" Guan returned the greeting. "I am Meng Lang. May I know what brings the 2 of you here?" Su Ruahai smiled. Daoist friend, are you also here to pay respects at Mortal World Peak? We are siblings too, why don't we keep each other company? Although he couldn't see through Guan's cultivation level, Guan didn't appear dangerous to him, and he observed Guan flying leisurely, looking around as if it were his first visit. Su Shi, examining Guan, quickly averted her gaze when Guan looked at her, her earlobes turning slightly red. Interesting, embarrassed after living over 8,000 years? Guan thought to himself and then nodded. Su Ruahai became even more enthusiastic, and the three chatted as they flew. Guan asked them about their understanding of Mortal World Peak, reassuring Su Ruahai that it was indeed Guan's first visit. Su Shi didn't talk much, mostly Su Ruahai spoke, with her occasionally interjecting. Through them, Guan gained a clearer understanding of Mortal World Peak. At the same time, he thought about the siblings he had met towards the end of Wuxia Xianxia's life, recalling their adventures, which made him feel somewhat regretful and endearing Su Ruahai and Su Shi to him. An hour later, the three passed through dense fog, and their eyes were drawn to a gigantic peak ahead, an incredibly majestic peak even larger than any they had encountered along the way. Its diameter at the base was at least 1,000 miles, shooting straight into the sky, its top invisible. The surface of this mountain was densely wooded, full of vitality, and cultivators from all directions were flying toward this mountain. Upon arriving here, the surroundings became noisy, with roars of demon pets and mounts in the distance. Su Ruahai looked up, feeling moved, truly worthy of Mortal World Peak, one of the oldest schools in the world. I've wanted to join Mortal World Peak since I was young, I wonder if it'll pass smoothly. Guan laughed, with your cultivation level, you should be fine, no need to worry. Su Ruahai laughed bitterly, Brother Meng, you don't understand, the requirements of Mortal World Peak for aptitude. Ha ha ha, Daoist friend Meng, you finally arrived. A hearty laugh interrupted Su Ruahai. Guan knew without looking up that it was Bai Zia who had come. He had intentionally leaked a hint of heaven and earth flying immortal aura earlier. Su Ruahai and Su Shi might not have noticed, but Bai Zia, who had been waiting for him, picked it up quickly. Bai Zia descended from the sky, grabbing Guan's hand, eager to move on. If you hadn't come, your position as Peak Master would have been taken. Bai Zia huffed. Guan quickly said, I'd like to bring them along. Bai Zia glanced at Su Ruahai and Su Shi, nodding slightly. Su Ruahai and Su Shi were stunned. Peak Master's position? Had they heard right? Chapter 308, unable to contact Guan saw that Su Ruahai and his sibling were still in a daze, so he immediately rolled up his sleeves, took them into his palm, and followed Bai Zia to fly upwards. That scene caused Bai Zia to raise an eyebrow and laugh. Daoist friend Meng, you have impressive divine skills. In the eyes of Su Ruahai and his sibling, it was not that they had become smaller, but Guan and Su Ruahai had become gigantic, a visual impact so shocking that it left the siblings speechless and wide-eyed. Listening to Guan and Bai Zia chatting and laughing, Su Shi came back to her senses and looked at Su Ruahai, asking carefully, Brother, just now the senior mentioned Meng Dao, is he a Peak Master? She naturally knew what being a Peak Master meant. In Mortal World Peak, a Peak Master wielded immense power and symbolized the status of a strong individual, someone of legendary status. Turbulent waves rose in Su Ruahai's heart as he tried to maintain his composure, slightly nodding his head without making a sound. He carefully recalled the previous interactions and realized he hadn't offended the other party, who had even comforted him about successfully entering Mortal World Peak. A light shone in Su Ruahai's eyes, his heart beginning to race with excitement, his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. At the same time, Bai Zia began to explain the situation of the Millennium Summit. Although it was called the Millennium Summit, it was not actually fixed at an interval of 10,000 years. It had been 20,000 years since the last summit, and Bai Zia, having returned rarely, discussed holding it with the other Peak Masters. The opening of the Millennium Summit would not only recruit new disciples but also invite other friendly forces. Before the opening of the Millennium Summit, Bai Zia would take Guan to choose an unclaimed divine peak. Mortal World Peak had many peaks, divided by rank from low to high: Sea Peak, Immortal Peak, Divine Peak, and Main Peak, the latter being the highest level with only one. There were 25 divine peaks, and the hard standard for a master of a divine peak was the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Guan was curious, how could there be a shortage of divine peak masters? Wuxia replied that many heaven and earth flying immortals wanted to adventure beyond the outer heaven, so they would make room if they wanted to leave. After hearing this, Guan didn't react too strongly, making Wuxia sigh in relief. It looked like he had successfully bluffed Guan. He had made outer heaven seem so dangerous because he wanted Guan to stay in the great heavenly spirit land. Besides, someone like Guan, who had no powerful backing and could cultivate to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm in solitude, was undoubtedly an unimaginable talent. Even without going to outer heaven, he could still advance. The two kept flying upwards until the azure sky vanished, replaced by the dazzling starry sky. Su Ruohai and Su Shi, standing in the palm of Guan's hand, looked up, immersed in the vastness of the universe. Guan followed Wuxia into a grand hall, placing Su Ruohai and Su Shi on the ground, asking them to follow behind him. The grand hall was spacious, with giant, majestic statues lined up on both sides, and the ceiling was engraved with various grand scenes. Su Ruohai and Su Shi proceeded cautiously, not daring to make a sound, staying close behind Guan. Moving forward, Guan saw 25 bluish-purple crystal columns, with the power of rules surging within, containing countless restrictions. It seemed that Mortal World Peak might be hiding a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Even a carefree primordial immortal would find it difficult to construct such crystal columns. Wuxia stopped walking and pointed to two adjacent crystal columns. These two divine peaks are open for choice, known as Qingtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. He began to introduce Qingtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. Qingtian Peak had over 1 million disciples, and its height was moderate since it had a long history, so the disciples' cultivation levels were generally strong. The height of Dingtian Peak was second among the divine peaks. Because it had experienced internal strife, there was a gap in the disciples' cultivation, with most of them below the level of loose immortals, and resources were also scarce, with many areas left idle. Currently, the number of disciples on Dingtian Peak was just over 200,000. Guan immediately spoke up, "Then Dingtian Peak it shall be. I will see to its improvement and contribute to Mortal World Peak." Upon hearing this, Wuxia looked at Guan with newfound respect. Afterward, Wuxia asked Guan to bring out the mortal jade and place it on the crystal column. Having done all this, they proceeded to other palaces for a tedious process to unlock Guan's rights on Dingtian Peak. Su Ruohai and Su Shi also registered in the process, becoming disciples of Dingtian Peak. An hour later, Wuxia took Guan and the siblings to Dingtian Peak, then left. He didn't support Guan's position, jokingly, did a heaven and earth flying immortal even need someone to stand up for them? Who would dare to stir up trouble? That would be courting death. In Mortal World Peak, disciples were not allowed to defile the Peak Master. Su Ruohai and Su Shi looked with excitement at the majestic Dingtian Peak. Guan looked at them and asked with a smile, "From now on, how should you address me?" Su Ruohai quickly bowed and offered his respects. "This disciple, Su Ruohai, greets Master." Su Shi recovered her senses and followed suit, greeting him as Master. Guan smiled, then revealed the aura of the heaven and earth flying immortal, enveloping Dingtian Peak. Only at this moment did Su Ruohai and his sibling truly feel the strength of Guan. The three flew to the summit. Shortly after, 9 wandering immortals came to greet them. Guan, without a second word, displayed his mortal jade. The 9 wandering immortals showed delight and paid their respects, referring to Guan as Master respectfully. Guan threw a lifespan detection at them. Their lifespans were healthy, able to work for him for many years. The eldest disciple of Dingtian Peak was named Zhu Xinglan, possessing the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm cultivation, seemingly only a step away from the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, but it was an insurmountable gap for most wandering immortals. Guan dismissed the other disciples and had Zhu Xinglan accompany him alone, while he already had someone arrange the Su siblings. Zhu Xinglan was refined in appearance, looking to be in his 40s, dressed in a green robe, with a black and white beard, his demeanor calm and imposing as he stroked his beard. Guan asked him to give him a tour around Dingtian Peak. Before long, 2 hours had passed. After settling into his new residence, Guan prepared to leave. Before departing, he gave Zhu Xinglan a large amount of crystal stones to buy medicinal herbs to cultivate on Dingtian Peak, making Zhu Xinglan extremely excited, feeling the arrival of a magnificent peak master. Returning to Third Medicine Valley, Guan transformed from the high and mighty peak master of Mortal World Peak to an ordinary valley master of Supreme Sect. In the evening, Guan found stealing the 5 elements and 9-Finger Divine Lord, who were still playing chess, truly a waste of time. Guan curiously asked, "Where did Xinxinzi go?" 9-Finger Divine Lord casually responded, "I heard he went to the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak. He just left not long ago." Mortal World Peak? Emichim, an ancient Qi fortune sect. Don't bother poking your nose into it. You won't encounter it in this lifetime. It's a sect much more powerful than the Great Cold Demon sect. 9-Finger Divine Lord casually replied, prompting Guan to stare at him, then he turned and walked away. Stealing the 5 elements then said with a smile, "That's not necessarily true. If he could invent this game, I think he might encounter great opportunities in the future. Who knows? You're so powerful, yet I haven't seen you help him." 9-Finger Divine Lord replied, and although he had grown familiar with Guan, he had no intention of changing Gu An's destiny. With Gu An's talent, even if he was taken to a great sect, it might not be for the best. At least here, Guan could live effortlessly, live happily. Guan, hearing their conversation, thought to himself with a hint of amusement. If I revealed my realm, you might have never even heard of it. Guan hummed and went to chat with Ji Xiaoyu. With some time left before the Millennium Summit, Guan was in no rush to head there. Days later, Guan came to Immortal Seeking Island and made his final deal with the island master. Henceforth, Immortal Seeking Island would belong to him. Due to the calamity brought by the Great Cold Demon sect, the forces behind the island master had already withdrawn, not willing to look back, and could only sell it off to gain as much as possible. Before leaving, the island master said to Guan, "You had better have your backing force send a wandering immortal here, otherwise, you won't be able to keep order." Guan nodded with a smile. After the island master and his people had left, Guan turned to Hu Shaojian and said with a smile, "From now on, Immortal Seeking Island is mine, and I won't treat you unfairly." Hu Shaojian immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground in excitement. Afterward, Guan summoned the elders of Sea Protection Mansion, briefly instructed them, and upon hearing that Guan would arrange for a wandering immortal to come later, all the elders' expressions became respectful, no longer daring to underestimate him. Guan wasn't just boasting, there were wandering immortals on Dingtian Peak, and he could easily arrange for one. After all, he was using the identity of Meng Lang on Immortal Seeking Island. Time flew swiftly by. Until the Spring Festival had passed, the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak was finally about to begin. Above the sea of clouds, Holy Mother of Western Spirit stood on a lotus throne, moving swiftly, with Lu Lingjun standing beside her, and a small snake lying on her shoulder, the White Spirit Demon Emperor who had ascended with her. Lu Lingjun's beautiful eyes widened as she saw the peaks through the clouds, feeling as though she was witnessing the immortal realm of mortals. The White Spirit Demon Emperor flicked its tongue curiously and asked, "How does Mortal World Peak compare to the Great Cold Demon sect in terms of strength?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but look toward Holy Mother of Western Spirit, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She could not forget the sight of the Great Cold Demon sect surrounding the continent. At that time, it felt like the Great Cold Demon sect was invincible. In terms of historical heritage, Mortal World Peak is stronger, and Mortal World Peak also has considerable power within the Holy Court. Even we, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, cannot compare, Holy Mother of Western Spirit replied, her face calm. Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor could feel the might of Mortal World Peak even more. Holy Mother of Western Spirit continued speaking of Mortal World Peak's past. While listening, Lu Lingjun gazed into the distance, her anticipation for the upcoming Millennium Summit growing. Passing through layers of clouds, they observed the peaks along the way, their eyes never resting. Gradually, more figures of cultivators appeared in their view, all invited monks or demons from great sects, each with extraordinary presence. Neither Lu Lingjun nor the White Spirit Demon Emperor had reached the Mahayana realm, yet the cultivators and demons they encountered along the way were much stronger than them, causing an instinctive feeling of nervousness and discomfort. But they were ascenders, certainly not cowards. Ambition grew within them. One day, they too would arrive invited, rather than relying on others. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but think of Guan. The young man who had written the immortal God book, if he could see this spectacle, would certainly be inspired even more. Too bad, with Guan's talent and temperament, he probably would never reach such a place in his lifetime. Chapter 309, The Invincible Heavenly Demon Great Emperor. At the summit of Mortal World Peak, in a courtyard at the mountain's top, Guan gathered with a group of heaven and earth flying immortals. Everyone present was either a peak master or main peak elder of Mortal World Peak. The courtyard was simple and not very expansive, filled with various flowers and trees, and the faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Guan was exchanging pleasantries with everyone. No matter how high one's realm might be, social interaction is inevitable. Guan did not resist it. After all, he intended to stay at Mortal World Peak for the long term. This place was destined to become an important source of lifespan for him. Overall, the atmosphere was harmonious, with no apparent scheming or rivalry in sight. The master of the main peak, just as Guan had guessed, was none other than a carefree primordial immortal, and not of a low realm at that. Eternal Daoist Lord, Carefree Primordial Immortal Level 6267907/78000/1500000, a maximum lifespan of 1,500,000 years. Exceeding Shinzin's 999,999 years suggested reaching the Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm heralded a transformation in the limit of one's lifespan. With just level 6 of Carefree Immortal achieving 780,000 years of lifespan, the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma must certainly surpass 1,000,000 years, and the higher Tao Void Mysterious Immortals would have lifespans of several million years, or even more. Guan was unable to even estimate how long the Divine Thought True Immortals had lived. They were ancient beings to him. Compared with them, Guan was like an infant. After rotating through interactions with each person, Guan became a listener. The Millennial Peak meeting would host a banquet to exchange insights with the higher echelons of various sects and also conduct peak combat competitions. The first aim was to promote healthy internal competition, and the second was to demonstrate Mortal World Peak strength to the world. As for recruiting disciples, that was just a side matter. With Mortal World Peak's current foundations, they hardly cared about the number of new disciples. After a while, the high-level meeting of Mortal World Peak adjourned, and Guan flew off alone toward Dingtian Peak. He spread his divine thought and already caught sight of Lu Lingjun and Shenxinzi. Shenxinzi was not a concern, for with his 9th layer wandering immortal realm cultivation, he was treated well wherever he went. However, Lu Lingjun, who was only at the Mystic Heart realm, couldn't enjoy the same treatment. Without the Holy Mother of Western Spirit accompanying her, Lu Lingjun had to stay inside her temporary residence. She was living atop a mountain peak with a broad view. Many cultivators and demons who passed by cast surprised glances at her, which made the color of her cheeks unpleasant. Guan glanced at the situation briefly before taking his gaze back, not taking much interest in it. Upon returning to Dingtian Peak, Guan wandered around leisurely as no disciples recognized him along the way. There were many winding mountain paths on Dingtian Peak. Along the way, he saw courtyards of disciples, some growing flowers and plants, some with empty yards, and others raising demon beasts and insects, providing an entertaining stroll for him. Dingtian Peak had several mountain cities, akin to the fortresses of the Supreme Sect, where nearly anything one wished for could be purchased, except that these cities weren't as crowded as those of the Supreme Sect. As Guan passed by a mountain city, a voice reached him, its tone filled with surprise. "Master." Guan turned his head to see Su Shi approaching briskly. Upon seeing Guan, her ears reddened and she shyly lowered her head, reminding Guan of an Exian. But an Exian was not shy, she was gentle. Guan smiled and asked, "Where's your brother? Why are you here alone?" Su Shi, still keeping her head down and holding her sleeves, softly answered, "He went to Debating Peak. He wants to see if he can meet any acquaintances or clansmen." Debating Peak was specially prepared for receiving Mortal World Peak's guests, and the current Millennial Peak meeting had brought the quiet Debating Peak to life. Guan, seeing her in this state, smiled broader. He then took out a secret book and handed it to Su Shi, saying, "Meeting is destiny. Consider this spell book a welcome gift. You may pass it on to Su Ruohai as well." Su Shi looked up, instinctively stepping back and waved her hand, saying, "If not for Master, we might not have been able to join Mortal World Peak. How can we accept another spell book? We will train diligently and earn spell books with our efforts." Guan gave her a stern look and said, "Then what kind of master am I? Take it." Su Shi had no choice but to accept. Seeing her at a loss, Guan then chuckled and said, "If you feel bad, how about doing me a favor? Have you been busy lately?" Su Shi quickly shook her head, replying, not busy at all. Go to Debating Peak, to the dwelling of the Bitter Sea Buddhist sect. Look for a person named Lu Lingjun. Keep her company wherever she wants to go these days. If she asks, just say it's arranged by your master. Do not reveal my name. If she has any requests that you can fulfill, help her out. Your master won't let you suffer for it," Guan instructed, then raised his hand to project the image of Lu Lingjun into Su Zai's mind. Su Shi hesitated for a moment before accepting the task. With a wave from Guan, she bowed respectfully and took her leave. Watching Su Shi leave, Guan smiled to himself. Arranging this was partly to help Lu Lingjun broaden her horizons, and also to train Su Shi a bit. This had been a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. Guan continued his descent down the mountain, enjoying the scenery along the way. In the courtyard, Lu Lingjun sat in front of a stone table, idly flipping through a book. Beside her, the white spirit demon emperor lay sprawled across the table. A figure descended from the sky, and Lu Lingjun instinctively looked up, then rose to her feet. "Lu Lingjun?" Su Shi asked. Lu Lingjun subconsciously nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy. Su Shi was wearing the Daoist robe of Mortal World Peak, her face beautiful, her posture dignified, and exuding an aura of immortality. In her presence, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but feel intimidated. The difference between them was like that between immortals and mortals. Although Su Shi was shy in front of Guan, she was at ease facing Lu Lingjun. Precisely because of this serenity, the aura of Nirvana realm manifested, overwhelming Lu Lingjun of the mystic realm with pressure. Lu Lingjun's mind raced, wondering if she had offended someone. "My master sent me to you. Do you have any places you'd like to go? I can accompany you. If you have any needs, you can ask me, until the end of the Millennial Peak meeting," Su Shi continued. She was puzzled inwardly about why her master would take care of such a minor cultivator. She then thought, weren't she and her brother similar to this girl in her master's eyes? Perhaps this girl had also met her master on the road and caught his eye. "May I ask who is the master of Senior?" Lu Lingjun asked cautiously. Su Shi responded, "My master is the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak." The Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. As an ascender, Lu Lingjun couldn't keep her composure at this revelation, and the white spirit demon emperor's eyes widened as well. Having been told by the Holy Mother of Western Spirit that the Peak Masters of Mortal World Peak were extraordinary beings, especially those of divine peaks, of which Dingtian Peak was one, Lu Lingjun couldn't fathom how such an exalted being would know of her. For a moment, Lu Lingjun felt nervous and unsettled. At dusk, Guan returned to 3rd Medicine Valley. Ji Xiaoyu came to greet him, curiously asking, "Where have you been these past 2 days?" Guan replied, "A Daoist friend of mine is hosting a banquet, and I have to attend as a guest." Ji Xiaoyu nodded, then said, "I had another dream while cultivating today. Shall we talk about it? I don't want to get involved with your great karma." Guan thought helplessly, but he immediately said aloud, "Of course, no problem." They both ascended to the upper floor. After Ji Xiaoyu set up restrictions, only then did she sit down at the desk, frowning slightly as she said, "I dreamed that I was in a dimly lit space surrounded by stars, some of them immensely vast. I was surrounded by many demons and fighting, outer heaven." Having never been to outer heaven, the mortal spirits of this world couldn't imagine what it looked like, so Ji Xiaoyu could only describe it as a dimly lit space. Listening attentively, Guan quickly determined that Ji Xiaoyu's dream involved heavenly demons. Had she been to the silent destruction domain in a past life? He wasn't surprised. He had known for a long time that Ji Xiaoyu was no ordinary person. What puzzled him was not only that Ji Xiaoyu's previous lifetimes had battled with the heavenly demon army, but she also mentioned a terrifying being. This being commanded the heavenly demons. He said that no matter how many times I reincarnate, he would be waiting for me to challenge him. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, the memory of the fierce battles in her dreams causing her to grip the teacup in her hands tightly. After a moment of thought, Guan comforted her, don't worry, you won't be able to challenge him for many years, maybe not even in this lifetime. Anyway, I can't imagine how to slash a star so large with a single sword stroke. Although his words were a bit harsh, they indeed comforted Ji Xiaoyu. Just then, a voice came, that is the heavenly demon emperor, who once single-handedly suppressed the great heavenly spirit land. The voice of stealing the 5 elements. As he spoke, he appeared out of nowhere inside the room. Ji Xiaoyu frowned but did not speak out. The identity of Reincarnation Path Emperor was revealed to them by stealing the 5 elements, so Guan did not stop him from entering. Suppressed the great heavenly spirit land? How strong must that be? Guan cautiously asked. With a grave expression, stealing the 5 elements replied, very strong, unimaginably so. Even the Reincarnation Path Emperor once mentioned to me that her destiny was to challenge the heavenly demon emperor, but she soon reincarnated, and her fate entered the cycle of reincarnation. Guan pressed on, you mean the heavenly demon emperor won't attack our realm actively? Correct, the establishment of the Holy Court has kept the heavenly demon's ravages at bay. As long as the Dao level of Xingtian remains intact, there's no way for the heavenly demon emperor to reach us. The being behind me has also been to the land of the heavenly demons and was cursed as a result. It's a place of utter horror, beyond my comprehension. However, seeing her growth rate in this life, it will be hard to encounter heavenly demons without 30,000 years, said stealing the 5 elements, casting a glance at Ji Xiaoyu. Guan did not speak further, but adopted a shocked expression. It was entirely normal for a mortal to be shocked upon hearing of the existence of heavenly demons, or so stealing the 5 elements thought Guan should seem. After hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu returned to calm. Stealing the 5 elements continued to describe the might of the heavenly demons. A good while later, he left. The room fell silent. Guan sighed and said, he said that not even the sword Venerable Fudao could defeat the heavenly demon emperor. This is a good thing, at least you don't have to worry for now. Looking at him, Ji Xiaoyu's gaze was serene as she said, I had hoped to lead a peaceful life and pass away peacefully, but after what he said, I suddenly don't want to die. I want to cultivate to the level where I can meet that heavenly demon emperor. Taken aback, Guan replied, having a larger goal is certainly a good thing. Ji Xiaoyu rose from her seat and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she turned her head back and said, why don't you give up either? I've dreamed of many people. Some started from nothing and ended up shining brilliantly. If you could be by my side to fight the heavenly demon emperor, wouldn't that be wonderful? With that, she turned her head and pushed the door to leave. Chapter 310 Why don't you give your place to me, heavenly demon great emperor? Guan looked at the moon outside the window, his lips curving into a smile. If Ji Xiaoyu really could achieve it, according to stealing the 5 elements, she would need to cultivate for 30,000 years. 30,000 years. I wouldn't even know how terrifying I would become by then. The mere heavenly demon great emperor, easily squashed. By then, they'll pretend to be weaker than Ji Xiaoyu, let her fight strenuously, and step in when she almost can't hold on. The thought is quite exhilarating. Guan even laughed at the thought, choosing not to get up and close the door but instead pulling out a book to read. The Millennium Peak Conference had begun with cultivators of various ranks competing near the debating peak, making it a lively place. During these days, with Su Zai's company, Lu Lingjun explored Mortal World Peak, greatly broadening his horizons, and their relationship had also grown closer, though Lu Lingjun still addressed Su Shi as his senior. The competitions between peaks continued for half a month, with Gu Ans Dingtian Peak ranking 3rd from last among the divine peaks, which he didn't feel too strongly about since the disciples of Dingtian Peak were used to it. That day, the grand banquet of the Millennium Peak Conference began, with tables set up all around the debating peak. Guan then attended the banquet under the starlit sky, the banquet located above a sea of clouds equipped with a powerful formation, only accessible to those at least in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Xianxia of the wandering immortal realm couldn't participate, which actually relieved Guan. If Xianxia had come, he wouldn't have attended. There were hundreds of heaven and earth flying immortals and over 10 carefree primordial immortals at the cloud banquet, with Guan standing beside by Zia listening to him introduce the guests. The participating forces numbered over 20, including even cultivators from the holy court. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Guan was enjoying the feast. The exquisite delicacies here were truly exceptional, with just one bite enough to save mortals decades of hard cultivation. With Bai Zia's help, Guan got acquainted with quite a few heaven and earth flying immortals. An ancient hour later, a carefree primordial immortal suddenly walked to the middle of the cloud banquet, laughing as he spoke. Daoist Lord, I wish to join Mortal World Peak, may I ask if that's permissible? Upon these words, everyone turned to look at him. The peak master of Mortal World Peak's main peak, Everlasting Daoist Lord, looked towards him and laughed. Mo Hen, although you've left the great cold demon sect for tens of thousands of years, can you really sever all ties given your sect's current crisis? Other carefree primordial immortals followed with light jabs at Mo Hen. Mentioning the great cold demon sect invariably brought up Sword Venerable Fudao, but Mo Hen wasn't upset. He looked at Everlasting Daoist Lord and cheerfully said, I've long severed those ties. It's normal for that group of useless people to be annihilated. Don't provoke me, Sword Venerable Fudao isn't someone I can afford to antagonize. I advise you all to speak well and avoid substantial karmic retribution. Hearing this, other carefree primordial immortals stopped making fun of him. Even they did so, not to mention the heaven and earth flying immortals. Though all were present at the banquet, the division of hierarchy was clear, and heaven and earth flying immortals were definitely not the protagonists. Everlasting Daoist Lord pondered and said, the position of the peak master of Qingtian Peak is still vacant, would you accept that? Mo Hen shook his head and said, I set my sights on Dingtian Peak. He then turned and looked towards Guan in the crowd, smiling, Dingtian Peak's peak master, how about you cede your position to me? All eyes were now on Guan. Before Guan could speak, Bai Zia angrily said, what do you mean by this? Bullying the weak? Guan looked at Bai Zia, not expecting him to be so aggressive. He's got quite the backing. Mo Hen wasn't upset and chuckled. There was internal strife on Dingtian Peak back then, and a good friend of mine died there. I'm just being nostalgic. Yet his tone obviously left no room for negotiation. Suddenly, the banquet fell silent. Bai Zia looked towards Everlasting Daoist Lord. Carefree primordial immortals seemed amused by the situation, while the heaven and earth flying immortals looked at Guan sympathetically. They all knew Guan had just become the peak master of Dingtian Peak, and now, just days later, he was being asked to vacate his position, which must be hard to accept. Guan remained silent, while everyone thought he was weighing his options. In reality, he was feeling sentimental. My ties with the great cold demon sect are truly cursed. Is this to continue the karma? To make me completely annihilate the great cold demon sect? Guan felt no pressure, being the strongest person present with a cultivation level 2 major realms higher than anyone else. What was there to fear? He wanted to see the attitude of Everlasting Daoist Lord. If Everlasting Daoist Lord didn't defend him, then there was no reason to stay in Mortal World Peak. As for Mo Hen, a bad ending was inevitable. Everlasting Daoist Lord slowly said, that won't do, choose another one. His tone was unquestionable and very firm, giving the great cultivators of Mortal World Peak a sense of backbone. Regardless, Mo Hen was an outsider, and although the combat power of a carefree primordial immortal was important, it didn't give him the right to do whatever he pleased. If Meng Lang were kicked out today, tomorrow it could be any of them. Mo Hen shook his head, don't be hasty, what if this young friend agrees? The term young friend was filled with disdain. His gaze turned to Guan, young friend, if you cede your position to me, I won't let you suffer losses. You can ask for anything. Guan replied, thanks for your kind offer, senior, but no need. I'm not the type who likes to change nests. Everyone's expression changed slightly, none expecting Guan to defy Mo Hen, everlasting Daoist lord included. At this level of cultivation, recklessness was impossible unless facing a lower-level cultivator. Mo Hen's smile disappeared instantly, his face darkening as he said, I can give Daoist lord face, but have you considered the consequences of offending me? Everlasting Daoist lord frowned, appearing suddenly in front of Guan, looked at Mo Hen, and said coldly, Daoist friend, you are going too far. Mo Hen stared at Guan with a cruel smile, blatantly threatening him. Mo Hen harbors hostility towards you, despising you deeply. Would you like to conduct a lifespan detection on him? This constitutes deep hatred? Typical of a demon cultivator, heartless and ruthless. Sigh. Guan sighed deeply, attracting everyone's attention. He walked past everlasting Daoist lord towards Mo Hen. What are you doing? Bai Zia hastily grabbed Guan. Since Bai Zia had brought Guan into Mortal World Peak, he felt dishonored and angry over Guan being bullied. Everlasting Daoist lord spoke, Meng Lang, in Mortal World Peak, no one can harm you, and should anyone cause you harm outside, Mortal World Peak will not simply let it go. Guan smiled at Bai Zia, then broke free from his grip, turning towards everlasting Daoist lord to bow respectfully, before continuing towards Mo Hen. Mo Hen laughed, not expecting this young man to actually walk towards him. You called me Mo Hen, right? Why must you force me? Guan shrugged and spread his hands, his expression one of helplessness. His steps didn't stop, suddenly erupting with a terrifying aura, causing everyone's complexion to change drastically, including Mo Hen's. With each step Guan took, his aura surged, quickly surpassing the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and continuing to rise. How is this possible? A carefree primordial immortal widened his eyes in disbelief. Others were similarly shocked, and Bai Zia was dumbfounded. When Guan reached Mo Hen, his aura had reached the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, with the strongest present only at the 6th layer, and Mo Hen himself only at the 4th layer. Guan lifted his chin, looking down at Mo Hen, asking, How did you address me just now? Mo Hen's face looked extremely unpleasant as Guan's aura completely overwhelmed him. The banquet fell into silence, you could hear a pin drop. The most alarming incident then occurred. Guan actually reached out and patted Mo Hen's wrinkled face. Though the gesture was gentle, to everyone watching, this was the making of a deadly feud. Chapter 311, A million years is far from enough. After Guan slapped him, Mo Hen's face showed disbelief. He had not expected Guan to be so audacious. Despite the gap in their cultivation levels, they both existed as carefree primordial immortals. Mo Hen clenched his teeth and asked, Who exactly are you, and from which sect do you come? Everyone else stared at Guan, waiting for his response. A heaven and earth flying immortal who had just joined Mortal World Peak was a carefree primordial immortal? Everyone felt it was absurd and even suspected Guan had ulterior motives. At this moment, Bai Zia could not help but entertain doubts, but upon rethinking, he recalled that it was he who had persuaded the individual to join Mortal World Peak, and it did not seem like a setup at that time. Guan fixed his gaze on Mo Hen and said, Does that really matter? If I were merely an ordinary peak master of Mortal World Peak, how would you seek revenge on me? As soon as Mo Hen exhibited hostility toward him, Guan had already marked him as a dead man in his heart. Guan's statement made Daoist Lord Yongnian narrow his eyes. After hearing this, Mo Hen's expression grew uglier, and for a moment, he did not know how to respond. Could he also be aiming for Dingtian Peak? Mo Hen thought angrily in his heart, not considering it a coincidence. How could it be that a randomly chosen person turned out to be a great cultivator concealing his power? Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Bowing his head in submission would not erase the karma, but refusing to do so would only worsen his situation. Suddenly, Mo Hen revealed a smile and said with a clasped fist, If that's the case, I am even more convinced to join Mortal World Peak. As for Dingtian Peak, I no longer want it. Qingtian Peak is also fine. Upon hearing these words, most of the people present heaved a sigh of relief. Daoist Lord Yongnian spoke, Forget it, Daoist friend, please go to another sect. Everyone was taken aback by his rapid change in attitude, and Mo Hen's face turned even uglier. Guan turned around to look at Daoist Lord Yongnian, saw him slightly nodding, and he couldn't help but smile. Very sensible, huh? Humph. Mo Hen let out a cold snort and left with a flick of his sleeves. Everyone urged him to stop, fearing he would stay and escalate the conflict. Guan raised his right hand, causing everyone to look at him, not understanding what he intended to do. 3 breaths later, Guan suddenly clenched his hand, then quickly put whatever it was into his sleeve, the movement so swift that no one saw what he had in his hand. You have successfully seized 8,709 years of lifespan from Mo Hen, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm, 4th layer. Looking at the prompt before him, Guan remained indifferent, feeling no sense of accomplishment. The surrounding Carefree Primordial Immortals suddenly changed their demeanor. They looked at Guan with fear, realizing that Mo Hen's aura had suddenly vanished. The heaven and earth flying immortals were curious about what Guan had just grabbed. Guan moved next to Bai Zia, and Daoist Lord Yongmian looked deeply at Guan and then signaled for the cloud banquet to continue. Bai Zia looked at Guan, wanting to say something but hesitated. Guan smiled and said, "By Daoist friend, shall things remain as they were before?" Bai Zia subconsciously nodded, his demeanor becoming reserved. How could things be the same? Damn, that was frightening. Bai Zia felt somewhat apprehensive in his heart, wondering if he would have been killed had he acted arrogantly in the beginning. He couldn't voice this question, but the answer was quite clear. At the subsequent banquet, Guan became the focus, with everyone enthusiastically interacting with him, a stark contrast to the earlier scene, even the Carefree Primordial Immortals addressing him as a senior. At Debating Peak, a yard filled with tables where Lu Lingjun, the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit, and Su Shi sat together, Shen Xinzi was at another table, engaging in a discussion on the principles of Buddhism. The Holy Mother of the Western Spirit looked at Su Shi, curiously asking, "Ms. Su, I wonder if we might have the honor of visiting your master? I would like to thank him in person for taking care of Spirit Lord Lu." Lu Lingjun also looked toward Su Shi. In the past few days, Su Shi had shown her around, enriching her understanding of many immortal cultivation concepts. Whenever she wanted something, Su Shi had purchased it before she even asked, and despite some reservations about the motives of the Dingtian Peak Master, she still held a good impression of Su Shi. Su Shi shook her head and said, "My master hasn't mentioned wanting to meet you, nor has he said he is keeping Ms. Lu. After the Peak Conference, you may return without any burden." This statement caused the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit and Lu Lingjun to exchange puzzled glances. Just then, a cultivator landed in the yard. The elder from the Great Cold Demon sect offended the Dingtian Peak Master and perished just after leaving Mortal World Peak. The person spoke excitedly, capturing everyone's attention. Upon hearing it concerned the Dingtian Peak Master, the trio showed curious expressions. The person began to recount the events at the Cloud Banquet, a scenario that was spreading quickly among all peaks of the Mortal World Peak. Mo Hen had once been an elder of the Great Cold Demon sect, which was nearly dissolved, so Mortal World Peak had no hesitation in making his demise known to demonstrate its strength. From Mo Hen forcing the Dingtian Peak Master to relinquish his position to the Dingtian Peak Master showing stronger cultivation than Mo Hen and publicly slapping him, forcing Mo Hen to leave disgracefully, the whole process fired up everyone who heard it. Mo Hen had just flown out of Mortal World Peak when he fell, making the Dingtian Peak Master seem even more formidable in the eyes of the listeners. The news spread within Dingtian Peak, motivating all disciples and clearing the gloom of their low ranking. After understanding this, Lu Lingjun felt even more uneasy. Such a strong-willed Dingtian Peak Master. To have such a person assisting her was a mixed blessing. Due to the conflict between the Dingtian Peak Master and Mo Hen, this Wanli Peak Conference became much more discussive. As Mo Hen's identity and deeds were unearthed, all guests could feel the strength of Mortal World Peak. After the Cloud Banquet ended, Guan returned to the Supreme Sect. He had also heard the noise from Mortal World Peak. How could news spread so fast? In reality, it was Mortal World Peak deliberately promoting it, thankfully without mentioning Meng Lang's name, showing him respect. Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley and happened to meet an Exian, and they chatted for a bit. Master-disciple discussed ordinary matters in the valley, and Guan found talking about lives' minor details more interesting than discussing major worldly affairs. Those carefree primordial immortals always talked of grand principles and the world's populace, floating aloft. In the divine exotic realm under the blood-red firmament, Jianghu stood by the seashore practicing his divine skills. Behind him, the divine exotic realm master sat before the divine exotic life tablet, looking up at the heavens, lost in thought with a vacant gaze. Jianghu finished his maneuver and turned to face his master, asking, "Master, the great calamity has ended, and you have reached agreements with various sects across the sea. Why do you still look so troubled?" Thinking about how sword_exempt_title_converted the great cold demon sect stirred his blood. Since he began walking the path of immortal cultivation, he had often heard of the deeds of Sword Venerable Fudao. He never imagined that wherever he went, Sword Venerable Fudao would still be revered by all as a supreme great power. Divine Exotic Realm Master slowly retracted his gaze and said, "Just like Master, the great cold demon sect is but a pawn. This matter cannot end so quickly. The commotion is too large, and the Holy Court will surely investigate. When the storm settles, more trouble will come." Jianghu disagreed and said, "If there were an existence behind the great cold demon sect capable of contending with Sword Venerable Fudao, wouldn't they have acted long ago? Perhaps they are investigating Sword Venerable Fudao's identity and cultivation level." "Master, don't worry. Wouldn't it be better for you to focus on cultivating and strive to break free from destiny on your own?" Jianghu advised. Since his father's death, he had faced continuous tribulations and developed a firm heart. He knew worrying about the future was futile, and seizing the moment to cultivate diligently was key. The divine exotic realm master shook his head, smiling. "Master is not like you. I cannot strengthen through cultivation. The more divine exotic resentful ghosts there are, the stronger master becomes." Jianghu frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Now that the world is at peace, won't you be unable to expand the number of divine exotic resentful ghosts?" The divine exotic realm master nodded, then looked up again and said, "It just means I can't grow stronger in this realm. My disciple, would you like to venture to other great heaven and earths?" "Where?" "A very dark realm." The words of the divine exotic realm master puzzled Jianghu. What did very dark mean? Was there a place darker than the divine exotic realm? Time flew by, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Lingjun returned. She saw Guan playing Go with someone and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Was Go really that engaging? Her gaze fell on Xianxia. Why had this prominent figure from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect stayed here all this time? She couldn't figure out what charm the Third Medicine Valley held to attract such a great cultivator. She communicated with Guan telepathically. Upon hearing her, he immediately asked Yang Jian, who was standing beside him, to help with the game. Seeing Yang Jian prepare to play, Lu Xianxia from the Holy Court approached. Over the years, he always tried to flatter Yang Jian, a demeanor that led Guan to speculate, but Guan had kept his thoughts to himself, pretending not to know. Guan squeezed through the crowd to greet Lu Lingjun. "Let's talk in your room," Lu Lingjun nodded. Guan had no objections, and the two made small talk as they walked toward the building. Once inside, Lu Lingjun casually sat down, scanning the surroundings. When her eyes landed on certain books on the shelf, she couldn't help but grimace. Some things never change. Guan brewed tea for her as she began recounting her experiences over the years. "I attended the Wanli Peak meeting at Mortal World Peak. It was an eye-opener." "Are you aware of Mortal World Peak?" Lu Lingjun asked. Guan nodded and replied, "I've heard of it. Xianxia was there too, but I don't understand much about it. Those great cultivators said I'm not qualified to know." Lu Lingjun smiled and said, "Indeed, you're not qualified. But I was fortunate to attend, and I can tell you about it. Want to hear?" Guan, carrying the hot tea, placed the cup in front of her and said, "Of course, I want to hear. Go on. Let's see if you will try to impress me." Lu Lingjun began from where she first learned about the Wanli Peak meeting, and Guan sat down to listen attentively. She didn't hide the Dingtian Peak master's protectiveness toward her, even her language seemed to steer, seemingly eager to see Guan's reaction. Guan kept a normal expression, silently criticizing in his mind. Are all women like this? Previously, Jiang Qiong also used sword Venerable Fudao to pressure him. After some time, Lu Lingjun remarked reflectively, the strength of the Dingtian Peak Master is unimaginable. The elder from the Great Cold Demon sect was killed just like that. I wonder when I could reach such a realm. Guan joked, practice cultivation for 180,000 years. Lu Lingjun glared at him and retorted, easy for you to say. 1,000,000 years might not be enough. You have no idea about the vastness of the Immortal Path realm. Chapter 312. The shock of Hu Shaojian appreciation flickered in Gu An's eyes. He hadn't expected Lu Lingjun to have such a keen self-awareness. Lu Lingjun, seeing Gu An's expression, felt rather helpless. Was this guy always so calm? She glared at Guan and said unenthusiastically, don't you long for it after hearing all that? Guan replied, of course I yearn for it, but over the years I've heard too many tales of immortals. At best, I take them as entertainment. Could a great man like myself even dream of such things? Lu Lingjun felt his words were somewhat odd, but she was too lazy to argue and continued to talk about her observations from Mortal World Peak. Although Guan had been there at the time, hearing it from Lu Lingjun's perspective offered a different view of the scene. The two chatted for over an ancient hour, and Lu Lingjun expressed her desire to stay temporarily in the Third Medicine Valley, to which Guan agreed. Guan stretched in a languid manner as he looked out the window. Tomorrow he could go to Dingtian Peak to pick medicinal herbs. He had ordered Zhu Xinglan to establish a medicine garden, and the first batch of medicinal herbs was already ripe. Regarding the medicine garden on Dingtian Peak, Guan had no intention of prohibiting other disciples from picking the herbs so as not to arouse suspicion. After all, Mortal World Peak was now a first-class sect with close ties to the Holy Court, and he had to be careful. And after all, Dingtian Peak was vast, even with disciples helping. He could collect many herbs himself. Thinking of this, a look of anticipation appeared in Gu An's eyes. The following afternoon, on Dingtian Peak, Guan walked up the mountain path to the summit, followed by Zhu Xinglan, who displayed great respect as the peak's foremost disciple. He now knew that Guan was a great power who surpassed the carefree primordial immortal. Such a major figure was critical to cling to, and so he was eager to assist in any way possible. I need a wandering immortal disciple to take charge of an island for me, Guan said casually. Ask around for me. I won't treat him unfairly. Today had brought him over 300,000 years of lifespan, a decent haul. Zhu Xinglan immediately responded, Master, if you wish to leave today, I will arrange it now. Go ahead. With Gu An's consent, Zhu Xinglan vanished on the spot. Guan walked to the courtyard and sat on a bench, looking up. Ever since his last breakthrough, cosmic wars had erupted from time to time outside, with increasing numbers of heaven and earth flying immortals coming and going. Guan also caught sight of the visage of a heavenly demon. The heavenly demons appeared no different from living beings, and included many of the human race. The most distinct feature of the heavenly demons was their demonic chi, which was different from that of the demon cultivators and demons within the great heavenly spirit land. It was more sinister and instinctively repelling. At the periphery of the silent destruction domain, two heaven and earth flying immortals were engaged in combat, fighting over a treasure. Carefree primordial immortals were observing in the shadows. Half an incense stick of time later, Zhu Xinglan returned, bringing someone with him. Sun Han Feng, Wandering Immortal Realm, 4th Layer 89034/140000/280000. Guan sized up Sun Han Feng, who wore a black robe with a slightly sinister face, unkempt hair, and an aura that gave off an impression of great scheming. Feeling Gu An's gaze, Sun Han Feng lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact. He was nervous because had heard how powerful and domineering this new master was, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Disciple Sun Han Feng, greets master. Sun Han Feng said respectfully with a bow. Zhu Xinglan followed with an introduction of his background. Sun Han Feng had been born on Mortal World Peak and had a very good relationship with Zhu Xinglan. Let's be off then. Guan stood up and, with a sweep of his sleeve, whisked Sun Han Feng away. Zhu Xinglan was momentarily stunned, admiring how impressive the master's divine skills were. Many privately discussed just how powerful the master of Dingtian Peak really was. Zhu Xinglan received an important piece of information. Sect leader Yongnian Daojun believed that the master of Dingtian Peak possessed a higher cultivation level than he did. Such an assessment left him with boundless imagination. Elsewhere, Guan arrived at Immortal Seeking Island with Sun Hanfeng in tow. As they alighted, Sun Hanfeng stumbled, nearly falling, but Guan caught his arm in time. "Are you all right?" Guan asked. Sun Hanfeng, his face flushed with embarrassment, quickly replied, "I'm fine, master. Sorry for the laugh." Guan nodded and began walking towards the buildings ahead, with Sun Hanfeng hastily following. Guan started to brief him on Immortal Seeking Island. After understanding the strength of the island, Sun Hanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. A place where a wandering immortal alone could be a deterrent? What pressure could there possibly be? "You and the island both share the Sun surname. That's quite a coincidence," Guan joked, with Sun Hanfeng offering only an embarrassed smile and not the least bit of dissatisfaction. Soon, Hu Xiaojian and several elders of the Sea Protection Mansion were introduced, and Guan had Sun Hanfeng introduce himself. "From Mortal World Peak, I am Sun Hanfeng. I look forward to working with all of you and hope for your fullest support," Sun Hanfeng said, and then exhibited the aura of a wandering immortal, which caused everyone in the hall to breathe rapidly. Having spent years doubting whether Gu An's claims were true, they were all shocked to finally witness a wandering immortal. Hu Xiaojian was especially excited, looking at Guan with eyes full of admiration. "That's settled then. From now on, Sun Hanfeng is in charge of Immortal Seeking Island. You all talk." With those words, Guan left. Everyone turned their attention to Sun Hanfeng, all quite nervous since he didn't seem easy to approach. After Guan left, Sun Hanfeng sat down with an assertive posture, no longer as restrained as before. "May I ask, Elder, does the island master also hail from Mortal World Peak?" one of the loose immortals asked cautiously. The reputation of Mortal World Peak was significant, and even if they were unfamiliar with it, they had heard of it. "Naturally," Sun Hanfeng said. Everyone smiled, now believing Sun Hanfeng had a favorable relationship with the island master, or at least that he was not an outsider. "The island master is my master. You can rest assured. What's most important is that we all work together to run Immortal Seeking Island well. We cannot disappoint him. Moreover, I can tell you, his cultivation level is exceedingly high, stronger than anything you have heard of. Serving him is the greatest fortune of your lives." Sun Hanfeng's words widened everyone's eyes. Hu Xiaojian was bewildered. The elder was of such a grand origin? Was he not a loose immortal? Wait, loose immortal was what he had claimed himself. Hu Xiaojian felt overwhelmed by immense joy, his mind buzzing, failing to pay attention to the ensuing discussions from the elders. Sun Hanfeng also noticed his distraction but did not mind, as Guan had instructed to take good care of the lad. Seasons changed, and another year passed. After the new spring, Guan visited the branch of the Supreme Sect. It was his first time at the branch, which he reached through the teleportation array in the main city of Sect. The Supreme Sect grew stronger every year, and its ties with the branch became tighter. Guan observed the branch's city, feeling the spiritual energy there, which was almost on par with the main city of Sect. No wonder so many disciples wished to come here. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant here, but disciples could also go out to train at any time, hunting demons and searching for heavenly and earthly treasures. The Taizong dynasty had yet to claim the whole continent, and the same was true for the immortal cultivation sects, as they had not yet traversed every mountain and river on the continent. Guan didn't rush to find Elan and began to wander around. As he wandered, he came across an acquaintance, a friend he had made in the outer gate city, with whom he exchanged pleasantries for quite some time. Moving on to the next street, he encountered a disciple from the Third Medicine Valley who had achieved foundation establishment. This was the sediment of a 227-year life. Guan enjoyed chatting with old friends, feeling no distance had grown between them. In the next ancient hour, he encountered two more old acquaintances, indicating that the branch had become the preferred destination for many average disciples, all in search of opportunities in the demon land. Guan was briefly contemplative but did not interfere with others' lives, unless he cared deeply for them. Like his junior sister, Yilan. By the time Guan arrived at Yilan's residence, she appeared out of nowhere with a joyful cry, "Big brother, what brings you here?" As she spoke, she rushed over to hug Guan. "In public, you must behave yourself." Guan quickly raised his hand and protested. Yilan reluctantly stopped, then pulled him toward the residence, all the while giving him a rundown of the current state of the branch. Inside the residence were numerous female disciples looking after the estate, and as they saw Yilan with Guan, curious eyes followed. After they walked away, Guan could hear the maids start to gossip about them. Eventually, Yilan led Guan into her room, then closed the door. As the two sat down to chat, Yilan finished sharing her experiences and began to inquire about how Guan had spent his years. Guan recounted his life, and although it was mundane, Yilan's face remained lit with a smile. Who would have thought, they thought back then, that 200 years later, they would be able to sit together once more. Gradually, Yilan's mind wandered as she fell into a strange state. She experienced this because Guan was guiding her toward enlightenment. Guan's divine thought covered the room, helping Yilan perceive the heaven and earth rules, a method beyond the imagination of mortal spirits. Even facing Guan herself, Yilan didn't notice anything amiss. It was as though Yilan had entered a dream state, her eyes distant and unfocused. Guan stood up, carried her to the bed, and guided her into meditation. Then he retreated to the table, sitting down to watch her practice. And so he watched Yilan meditate, his heart full of expectation. If he could help Yilan extend her maximum lifespan, he would arrange for her to train at Mortal World Peak. If not, sending Yilan with her few centuries of life to Mortal World Peak would only add to her troubles. Once one's horizons expand, it's easy to develop more expectations, leading to anxiety and pressure. Even divine skills from a true immortal cannot grant eternal life. There seems to be a force in the shadows resisting life's expansion. What that could be, Guan was also curious to know. Time flew swiftly by. Guan suddenly felt a bit bored and whimsically considered another option. Why not open another round of reincarnation evolution? This time, he would not select the dark great heaven and earth. He was curious to see how long he could survive. Perhaps if he lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years and mastered formidable divine skills, it might increase his chances of surviving the next tribulation crossing. Moreover, the memories passed down from reincarnation evolution could benefit his Daoist heart cultivation. Guan felt reaching a certain level might require reincarnation cultivation, otherwise, he wouldn't have unlocked this feature. Let's give it a shot then. Just one shot, no greediness. After all, it would cost 10 million years of lifespan, and even if he wanted to play more, it was not possible. Guan looked at Yilan, thinking to himself, "Little sister, plea." Chapter 313, Battle Court, Emperor of Heavenly Dragon, you spent 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning to connect with the Tao rules. Searching for a reincarnation destination. You have the following destinations to choose from, select one. 1. Dahong Realm. 2. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. There's a dark great heaven and earth again? Guan looked at the prompt before his eyes, immediately feeling aggravated. Black Profound Emperor, you wait for me, our blood feud from 2 lifetimes cannot be resolved. Guan hummed in his heart and then chose Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. He always felt that Great Heaven and Earth seemed more advanced, something like a realm, similar to where Lu Lingjun and Blood Prison Great Saint came from, the lower realm. As Guan was thinking, prompts began to appear in front of him. You've chosen to reincarnate into the Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. Due to the strength of the Tao rules in this realm, you temporarily can't initiate the life-stealing ability, nor can you activate phased features. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born into the dragon family of the Divine Continent, and your parents bestowed upon you the name Longzhan. At the age of 3, you awakened the true bloodline of the dragon family and, with the help of your clan, you tempered the dragon blood true body. At the age of 8, your family arranged for an immortal master for you, and you officially stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation. At the age of 9, your father took you to court to meet the Emperor of Divine Dynasty, who wished to betroth the 7th princess to you. Your father thought to let you decide. Do you accept? The prompt stopped there. Guan had just been wondering how he had turned into a dragon. He preferred being a human. The appearance of Divine Dynasty signified that dragon was only a surname. Guan hesitated for a moment and decided to accept, wanting to tread carefully in this life. You accepted the arrangement of the Emperor of Divine Dynasty, and you shall marry the 7th princess, Han Jiao, when you turn 16. The Emperor of Divine Dynasty was overjoyed, generously rewarding you and making a decree to announce this to the world. At the age of 13, while accompanied by your clan for training outside, you tore apart a 4th-order demon king with your bare hands, shocking your clan. At the age of 16, you and Han Jiao got married in a ceremony, officially becoming the prince consort of the Divine Dynasty. The Emperor of Divine Dynasty conferred upon you the title of Mighty Holy Duke, granting you the Divine Dynasty's chief fortune. You became famous throughout the world, entering the ranks of the top-tier talents. At the age of 18, you decided to venture into the world to grow stronger. You left with Han Jiao's reluctant farewell, and in the same year, she gave birth to your son, named Long Xian. At the age of 20, you reached the edge of the Divine Continent and saw an evil dragon ravaging the city. You stepped in, subdued it, and unexpectedly discovered you could absorb dragon blood, making your chi blood even stronger. At the age of 21, you encountered an old Daoist who wanted to read your fate. Do you accept? It stopped again, suggesting the old Daoist was no ordinary person. Guan hesitated for a moment and chose to accept. You agreed to let the old Daoist read your fate. He pinched your muscles and bones and began to calculate. He was soon shocked, proclaiming you possess an innate divine emperor fate, destined to dominate all creatures of heaven and earth, becoming the lord of great heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the old Daoist exploded into a burst of blood, covering you. At 25, you accidentally entered the grotto heaven of an ancient great cultivator and learned the ancient strange skill, Divine Desolation Technique. Guan's lips twitched when he saw the part about the old Daoist's explosive demise. After that, he picked the more cautious options whenever possible. Year after year passed. Guan was on tenterhooks, fearing an early death. When he made it past 200 years, he smiled, finally setting a new record. However, without the life-stealing ability, Long Zhan's growth was surely not as fast as Chu Lu, Xiao Xingtian, and without a displayed realm in the prompts. Take it slow. Guan then became even more earnest, determined to strive to survive this life. As time ticked by, Yilan was meditating on the bed while Guan sat at the desk, the room engulfed in silence. Birdsong occasionally rang out from outside the window, adding a serene atmosphere of passing years. After an ancient hour, Guan let out a sigh, his expression grave, mired in struggle. At the age of 187,632, you met with the dragon family ancestor, who said he could fully awaken your bloodline, allowing it to fuse with your chi fortune and create an unprecedented physique. Do you accept his help? Guan had achieved the status of war god of the divine continent and was now venturing through the cosmos when he encountered the ancestor. He always felt the ancestor was up to no good. He did not want to die after coming this far. If the ancestor was benevolent, he wouldn't make things difficult for a descendant who refused him. If malevolent, not trusting him might lead to disaster, but trusting him could lead to plummeting into the abyss. Do not accept. You refused the help of the dragon family ancestor. The ancestor was enraged and attacked you, intending to suppress you. After a great battle, you escaped with severe injuries. At the age of 187,633, you met with Fairy Zi Yuan, who fortunately saved you. Your injuries were healed thanks to her. Next came adventure. Fairy Zi Yuan began to follow him on adventures, making him less lonely. As for his wife, Han Jiao, he had gone to bid her farewell when he was 100,000 years old. They had been parted by yin and yang. It was because of this that he left his descendants behind and ventured alone into the cosmos. Guan became more relaxed in his subsequent choices, as Long Zhan grew stronger and always managed to escape from death. Half an ancient hour later. At the age of 350,896, you unified a small universe, established the battle court, and married Fairy Ziyuan. You self-proclaimed as the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon and crowned Fairy Ziyuan as the Heavenly Empress. Quite impressive. Guan suddenly felt a sense of achievement, as if unlocking an epic achievement in a game. He could persevere further. Guan rubbed his hands together and continued to read on. One 10,000-year span followed another. After tens of thousands of years. At the age of 360,000, you broke through your own shackles, achieving the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm, shocking the cosmos. You regained your life grid. Do you activate the life-stealing ability? Here it comes. It's here. Guan chose to seize without hesitation. You activated the life-stealing ability. You sacrificed a universe of living beings, resulting in a massive surge in lifespan. Sacrificed? Guan's face turned pale. How could he be so reckless? At the age of 360,001, just as you transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path and became one with the immortals and gods, a terrifying hand reached across the river of time and snuffed you out. You were executed by the Annihilation God Emperor. Reincarnation ends. What the hell? It ended so abruptly. After he activated the life-stealing ability, Guan hadn't even made a choice. Guan immediately vanished from the room and appeared on an island overseas, initiating the lifespan barrier. He then sat down and looked at the last few prompts, grinding his teeth. Good. Very good. Annihilation God Emperor. Another name was added to Guan's list of grievances. Following that, a huge influx of memories flooded into his mind. It was the entire life of the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon, Long Zhan. It was only after truly receiving the memories that Guan realized how extraordinary Long Zhan's talent was, being unique from birth, inspiring great expectations from his family. The love between him and Han Jiao also left Guan deeply moved. Once Long Zhan ventured into the cosmos, his life became even more extraordinary, his story deeply touching. Within the memories, Guan also saw Fairy Ziyuan, incomparably beautiful and with a grace none in the world could match. Chapter 314, Heavenly Dragon and the Ji family. As Guan continued to assimilate Long Zhan's memories, his hostility towards the Annihilation God Emperor also began to weaken. This Long Zhan is too arrogant. Before his wife Han Jiao's death, he still exercised some restraint in his actions, but since he went to outer heaven, he completely unleashed himself and acted recklessly. The battle court he established was also tyrannical, rewarding those who followed him and annihilating those who opposed. The peace of heaven and earth sacrificed by Long Zhan was completely innocent and involved, and the creatures of that realm didn't even have time to react before they died. The whole world turned to dust in an instant. Before, Guan felt that Xiao Xingtian was already arrogant enough, but compared to Long Zhan, he was nothing. If Guan had been in the great heavenly spirit land and also possessed the ability to slay Long Zhan, he would definitely have made a move. After Guan finished integrating the memories, it was as if he had lived through Long Zhan's life himself, becoming the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon, yet when he looked back, he was filled with regret and remorse. Before Long Zhan transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path, Fairy Ziyuan had advised him not to pursue enlightenment at the expense of harming other beings. Long Zhan didn't listen, and the two even broke ties over this. After the inheritance of memories ended, Guan was still immersed in them. He was Guan, but also Long Zhan. This feeling left Guan with an indescribable sense. Perhaps this is what it felt like to remember a past life in one's current life. Clearly the same person, but with different personalities. After inheriting the memories of Long Zhan's life, Guan also gained a lot, including insights into the Daoist heart and the ability to inherit Long Zhan's most powerful divine skills. Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. This divine skill could condense the ultimate Dharma aspect of one's Daoist sorcery, and could even condense the Dharma aspect of a past life to fight alongside oneself. After creating this divine skill, Long Zhan had intended to cultivate through reincarnation evolution to create Dharma aspects for tens of thousands of generations, but an accident unlocked the life-stealing ability, and he no longer researched this divine skill, instead continually using lifespan evolution to enhance his divine skill. Guan slowly opened his eyes and then disappeared inside the island retreat, returning to Yilan's estate. At this moment, Yilan was still in a state of path enlightenment. Guan sat down and continued to reflect on Long Zhan's life. The Long Zhan who had transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path was truly powerful. The feeling of controlling life and casually manipulating rules fascinated Guan even now. At the same time, he was also filled with dread at the power of the Annihilation God Emperor. He had truly been crushed to death by the Annihilation God Emperor with a single hand. He hadn't even seen the true form of the Annihilation God Emperor. It was a means that transcended time and space and was superior to the cosmic rules. After understanding Long Zhan's life, Guan no longer harbored intense hostility towards the Annihilation God Emperor. Unlike Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian, Long Zhan had brought death upon himself. Guan felt somewhat confused. If reincarnation evolution could be realized, he might also create a peerless evil being. Fundamentally, he did not want to, but he couldn't control the personality in the cycle of reincarnation. Yet reincarnation evolution had many benefits, allowing him to remember countless spells and divine skills, adding to his combat experience, and even enhancing his understanding of reincarnation, making it very difficult for him to give up. After much thought, Guan felt he was trapping himself in his own web of thoughts. Why overthink so much? The path to becoming stronger couldn't possibly be achieved without harming the innocent. Many moral judgments are based on perspective, just like in war. Are not the civilians of the enemy's country innocent? At most, the next time he encounters a situation like Long Zhan's, he could choose not to activate the life-stealing ability and rely on his own efforts to cultivate. In fact, even without the life-stealing ability, Long Zhan's talent was very strong. Guan began to review the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect. He felt this Dharma aspect seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He soon remembered. The Ji family's Heavenly Dragon demon suppressing form had some similarities. He planned to ask Ji Xiaoyu about it later. Ji Xiaoyu had already inherited divine skills when she returned to the Ji family and might be able to perform the Heavenly Dragon demon suppressing form. The sun set, and the moon rose. A night passed. Yilan gradually woke up and felt as if she had had a dream, one she couldn't remember clearly after waking up. When she opened her eyes, she felt the entire world had changed. Her gaze fell on the table, and she saw Guan reading a book. Guan turned his head to look at her and smiled, asking, "Awake?" Yilan, Divinity Transformation Realm Level 5222/600/800. Her lifespan limit had increased by 200 years. Guan let out a sigh of relief, his face showing a smile. As long as there were results. But the effect was somewhat weak. He was, after all, a divine thought true immortal. Guan carefully examined Yilan and noticed a subtle breath dissipating from her body, like the heaven and earth rules, but even more difficult to detect. How did I fall asleep? Yilan asked, puzzled. Guan rolled his eyes and said, "You're asking me? It's not like I drugged you, is it? I'm not even blaming you. I came all this way, and while we were talking, you fell asleep, leaving me hanging." Yilan showed an embarrassed expression and couldn't help asking, "Then why didn't you wake me up? You were cultivating even in your sleep. It was clearly not ordinary sleep, so how could I dare to interrupt you?" Guan replied, standing up. "I'm leaving. I'll come to see you again next time." "Sister, why not stay a couple more days?" "No can do, Medicine Valley can't do without me." "Really? How come I heard you're always hands off as a manager?" "How could that be?" The two bickered for a while, but in the end, Guan firmly decided to leave. Yilan walked him to the estate's front door. Guan suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to look at her, and asked, "In your heart, which is more important, good and evil or affection?" He asked this because he was reminded of the scene where Long Zhan and Fairy Zi Yuan broke ties. Although Long Zhan brought it upon himself, the end result of his loneliness still left him sighing. Long Zhan might have been overbearing, but towards the people by his side, he was quite good. He just didn't tolerate any dissent from them. Yilan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gracefully and said, "If you were evil, I myself would not be evil, but I would always follow you, as long as you don't abandon me." Guan showed a smile and said, "Don't overthink it, I was just thinking about the plot in a book. I don't have the courage to do evil." With that, he waved his hand and walked away. Yilan watched his retreating figure, thoughtful. As summer approached, the weather cooled. In the woods, Guan watched Ji Xiaoyu step onto the clearing with anticipation in his eyes. Ji Xiaoyu's forehead was etched with a red Dao pattern that burst into light. Her whole aura suddenly changed. She raised her right hand, and the spiritual power inside her activated in a sophisticated manner, quickly coalescing behind her into a golden will that resembled a round glowing door with intricate and profound patterns. As the golden will opened, golden dragons surged out from the intense light. Her heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form differed from her past life, but Guan saw through it at a glance. The essence of the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form shared the same origin as the heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect but was weaker and far less sophisticated than the latter. This discovery made Guan's heart tremble. The heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect was created by Long Zhan himself. Could the Ji family be related to Long Zhan? In Long Zhan's memories, he only passed the heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect onto his son Long Xian, which implies that Long Xian passed it down. From the life experiences of Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian, their timelines might differ from Guan's. Could it be that reincarnation evolution might project into the past? Ji Xiaoyu dismissed the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, then approached Guan and asked, "How was it?" Although she wasn't sure why Guan wanted to see the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, it was renowned throughout the world, and showing it to outsiders did not violate clan rules. "Truly formidable, it fills me with awe. The person who created this divine skill must truly be a godly being. Does the Ji family have a record of who created it?" Guan exclaimed. Ji Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, "This divine skill has an ancient origin, created by an ancestor. Who exactly created it, I am unsure, but if you care, I can look into it when I return." Guan nodded. "I'm indeed curious. I want to write a book, inspired by the Ji family's history." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu smiled and said, "The vice sect leader is looking forward to you writing about the Ji family." The two continued their conversation, with Ji Xiaoyu planning to introduce other divine skills, but Guan showed no interest, so she gave up. Both of them headed towards Medicine Valley. The heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form was created by the reincarnation path emperor, or perhaps, I have seen her perform it. A voice came from the forest ahead, and stealing the 5 elements appeared. Ji Xiaoyu frowned, her expression full of displeasure. Guan had already noticed stealing the 5 elements eavesdropping, and he too was speculating whether it was related to the reincarnation path emperor, so he didn't mind stealing the 5 elements' presence. Currently, only the reincarnation path emperor and the Ji family could travel to outer heaven. Stealing the 5 elements, seeing the look in Ji Xiaoyu's eyes, laughed and said, "She once said that at the other end of the universe, there exists a more vast expanse of heaven and earth that I can't even fathom." After hearing this, Guan suddenly suspected that the dragon race or the battle court might still exist. Of course, it was just a guess. Although he integrated Long Zhan's memories and became Long Zhan, he had no intention of seeking out the dragon race or the battle court. Staying honestly in the great heavenly spirit land was the righteous path. Even the strong could be crushed by others. "Why do you always eavesdrop on our conversation?" Ji Xiaoyu said discontentedly, the Dao patterns on her forehead emitting strange radiance once again. Stealing the 5 elements raised his hand, "I mean no harm. Am I not helping you clear up your doubts? If you could transform into the reincarnation path emperor, would only be pleased." With that, he vanished on the spot. Guan consoled, "Don't worry about him, watch how I'll crush him on the chessboard in the future." Ji Xiaoyu retracted her Dao patterns and nodded slightly. For Guan, this was just a minor interlude, understanding was enough. He didn't need to investigate thoroughly. Long Zhan's karma was too significant, he didn't want to get involved. But this incident stirred his imagination. If reincarnation evolution projected into the past, how strong would the Black Profound Emperor be now? What about that annihilation god emperor and great heavenly spirit land? Would they also be in his field of view? Guan felt he needed to be even more cautious in the future and must not let others know he could steal lifespan. A flock of birds flew out from the forest, heading toward the distance, their figures obscured by the sunlight. 5 years quickly passed. This year, news spread throughout the world, causing a sensation. The establishment of the Broken Sea Domain. Created by the Holy Court, covering the region that the Great Cold Demon sect previously sought to slaughter in the mortal world, with the sea-breaking rift at the center. The news spread rapidly, penetrating the continent, with the Emperor Li Xiandao following with an edict to the world, declaring the continent be renamed Taizong Continent. Chapter 315, Destined Fate Broken Sea Domain. Inside Enzin's house, Guan sat at the table, lost in thought. Why hadn't they set up the domain before? If it was for the sake of guarding against the Great Cold Demon sect, it was hardly necessary. After all, the Great Cold Demon sect was no different from being disbanded. Guan felt that the other party had come specifically for him, especially since the Great Cold Demon sect had a holy king standing behind them. He could see a large number of cultivators building a floating island in the sky at the edge of the sea-breaking rift. He watched for a while before withdrawing his gaze and looking back at an Xian. At the moment, an Xian was immersed in path enlightenment, and with Gu An's help, she had also entered that state and had been there for several ancient hours. Guan kept checking Enzin's lifespan limit. Finally, Enzin's lifespan limit began to grow, albeit weakly, but it was indeed increasing. Guan stared intently at an Xian, probing everything within her body. Soon, he caught a glimpse of that mysterious force more complicated than causality, just like the situation with Yilan before. As the lifespan limit increased, this mysterious force began to separate from her body. It seemed likely that all beings were bound by this force, and increasing the lifespan limit would weaken it. Could this be fate? Guan fell into contemplation. Even divine monarchs with powerful divine thoughts could not see through the force that manipulated the lives of all beings. Regardless, having started to be able to catch it was a good beginning. Afterward, Guan got up and left. After all, this was the third Medicine Valley, and it wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room, especially with their mentor-disciple relationship. Moreover, in Medicine Valley, with him around, no one could disturb Enzin's path enlightenment. The night passed. The next morning, an Xian walked out of her house and followed the disciples in their exercises. She felt somewhat dazed, looking around her. She could feel that the world had changed. From afar, Guan saw her lifespan limit had grown to 300 years. She hadn't yet released her cultivation level suppression, and the primordial reincarnation skill could still increase her lifespan limit. Guan didn't greet an Xian, pretending to know nothing about it. In the following days, the establishment of the Broken Sea Domain and the renaming of the continent became hot topics among all. As summer approached, Guan was teaching Yang Jian cultivation in the woods, aware of Lu Xianyi watching in secret but unconcerned. As long as Lu Xianyi didn't become hostile to him. Lu Xianyi, sitting above the clouds, looked down thoughtfully. This person's cultivation isn't very impressive, but he's very talented at teaching disciples. Could it be that he really encountered an immortal in a dream? Lu Xianyi wondered curiously. He had joined the Supreme Sect and even entered the Hall of Elders, aware of Gu An's identity as an author. Beyond that, he could only confirm Guan was indeed only over 200 years old, as many could attest, so he didn't feel wary of Guan. Even if Guan was the reincarnation of a great power, he posed no threat to a divinity of the 9 layers of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Because of this, Lu Xianya's curiosity about Guan was even greater than his expectations for Yang Jian. That's enough for today, Guan said. Hearing this, Yang Jian stopped his movements and saluted Guan with a fist. Today, Guan imparted a great deal of combat experience. With memories of Long Zhan's battles, Gu An's combat experience had surpassed most in the world. A single afternoon had benefited Yang Jian immensely. On the way back to the valley, Yang Jian was very excited. He had not expected his master's close combat abilities to be so extraordinary. A genius has returned today. I'll take you to see him later. Guan mentioned casually, noting Lu Xianyi, seeing their training conclude, left, not to leave the supreme sect, but to play chess. A genius? Who? That Wu Ju, Uncle Master? Yang Jian asked curiously. Wu Ju had visited Guan years before, and Yang Jian had only seen him from afar, learning afterward of Wu Ju's famed reputation. Not him, you'll know later, Guan said mysteriously, piquing Yang Jian's curiosity further. When the master and disciple returned to Medicine Valley, they heard other disciples discussing. And how is here? Really? True, an Xian, our sister apprentice, is actually An Hao's sister. They both have the same last name. Could they be blood siblings? No, they're just from the same village and once had the same master, who later renamed them. My goodness. And Hao is so handsome, almost like an immortal. Huh, always the romantic, aren't you? The Supreme Sect has seen so many geniuses over the years, yet those great figures still think An Hao is the greatest genius the Supreme Sect has ever had. Yang Jian's expression changed slightly, his fists clenched unconsciously. It was An Hao. He glanced at Guan covertly, noticing no reaction, and so he suppressed the excitement in his heart. His current cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the divinity transformation realm, a result of focusing on his physical cultivation. He wanted to be acknowledged as the #1 genius too. He had also suspected that An Hao was that mysterious senior disciple. Today, he hoped to unravel the mystery. Guan led him to An Zin's courtyard. Guan noticed stealing the 5 elements and Lu Xianyi observing An Hao with their divine senses. An Hao, with the vast gulf in their realms, was unaware. The 9-fingered divine lord didn't come today, and Shenxinzi was immersed in studying the journey to the west under a tree, much like Sui Yijian in his absorption. Guan looked at the imposing An Hao and was very pleased. The current An Hao had already reached the 8th layer of the unification realm, still cultivating at an impressive speed. Yang Jian was a major realm behind him, not yet comparable, but once they entered the immortal path realm, the gap would be trivial. When master and disciple arrived outside An Zin's courtyard, she turned around, smiling, and then pulled An Hao out of the house. An Hao stood tall, head crowned with an imposing golden dragon crown, dressed in a waist-bound white robe with sleeves long like flowing clouds. His handsome face bore sharp, proud brows, and just standing there, he possessed a lofty spirit that commanded the world, without losing the transcendent demeanor of a cultivator. Compared to him, Yang Jian seemed ordinary. Usually, Yang Jian stood out among his fellow disciples, but next to An Hao, he was easily overlooked. Sister, over the years, Master has been extremely kind to me. I haven't suffered at all, An Xian said happily. An Hao stood in front of Guan and suddenly didn't know how to address him. Brother An Hao, have you forgotten me? Guan asked with a smile, his demeanor warm as the spring breeze, instantly easing An Hao's awkwardness. How could I forget? We've been through life and death together. Thank you for taking care of my sister over the years, which has eased many of my worries. An Hao smiled, then took out a brocade box to present to Guan. Guan quickly declined, but under the joint persuasion of An Xian and An Hao, he could only reluctantly accept it. The box contained 8th-rank medicinal herbs. The young man was thoughtful. An Hao's gaze inevitably landed on Yang Jian, who had been unabashedly staring at him since earlier. How could he not have noticed? Intuition told him Yang Jian was not simple. He felt like he was facing impermanence Tian, of course, while Yang Jian was far from as strong, and Hao suspected he might also possess an ancient treasure body. Who is this? And Hao asked proactively. My disciple, Yang Jian, Guan replied with a smile, finding the rivalry between the two disciples interesting. Yang Jian? True Lord Erlang? And Hao laughed. Yang Jian, serious, said, I want to spar with you. He could see now that An Hao was definitely not the mysterious senior disciple, which diminished his awe for An Hao somewhat. In his mind, only that senior brother could surpass him, as the master said his talent was stronger at the moment. An Hao's smile vanished as he began to size up Yang Jian. An Xian wanted to interject but hesitated, looking at Guan to find him smiling without interruption. An Hao spoke, You're not strong enough, but I acknowledge your talent and courage. How about we agree to settle it at the Heaven List tournament in the future? What do you think? Hearing this, Yang Jian felt it was reasonable. A duel like this should be witnessed by the world, so he nodded in agreement. Don't forget to thank him, he's been cultivating for many more years than you. He could easily pick on you, but instead, he's willing to give you time to grow, Guan said. At those words, Yang Jian immediately bowed to express his gratitude. And Hao looked at Guan in astonishment. That such a talent was so obedient? Intuition told him that not even among the Star Sea congregations could one find such a genius. You two keep talking, I won't disturb you any longer. Guan dropped these words and left with Yang Jian. And Hao didn't ponder any further and took an Xian back into the house. Not far away, the blood prison great saint watched and Hao and inwardly marveled. This youth shouldn't be underestimated, he seemed even stronger than Yang Jian. Guan returned alone to his loft and opened the brocade box, examining the medicinal herbs gifted by An Hao. Not long after, Ji Xiaoyu came to find him. That An Hao is rather remarkable, I've seen such a presence in my dreams, always dominating an entire realm, Ji Xiaoyu remarked. You're not bad yourself. Guan replied with a smile. Among those he had encountered, below the state of nirvana, those with a lifespan reaching 9,999 years were few. Currently, only An Hao, Yang Jian, Blood Prison Great Saint, and Ji Xiaoyu. Li Lingtian was short by 1,000 years. Ji Xiaoyu had not only great talent but also a significant background. For now, Guan felt that An Hao's foundation fell short of hers. Of course, when it came to cultivation speed, An Hao was unrivaled. Ji Xiaoyu sat down and asked, why is it that your Medicine Valley always attracts so many peerless geniuses and powerful cultivators? Guan helplessly replied, you're asking me? But who am I to ask? Besides, they're not coming for me. Ji Xiaoyu shook her head, even if not for you, you've established good karma with each one. You're not simple, like the great fortune of energy movement I've seen in my dreams, not necessarily the strongest in talent, but always breaking through and stirring the winds of change in the world. Guan blinked and asked, what are you trying to say? Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath, planning to go somewhere, a place with a great opportunity. Come with me. Hearing this, Guan felt a headache. Many had said similar things to him. You go ahead, the supreme sect can't be without me, Guan declined, to Ji Xiaoyu's astonishment at his resolute refusal. Chapter 316, Mysterious Heavenly Demon, you think your sword venerable Fudao? The sect can't go on without you? Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, her angry glare was actually quite charming. Guan thought as much, but said, making contributions, does it really have to be divided by cultivation levels? Guarding the sect outside is merit, as is guarding Medicine Valley. I cultivate medicinal herbs for the supreme sect with all my might. Isn't that also a laborious and meritorious deed? Ji Xiaoyu tried to calm her emotions and began to speak of the great advantage of that opportunity. Despite Ji Xiaoyu's persuasion, Guan just wouldn't agree, which infuriated her. Another person was just as infuriated, and that was An Hao. No matter how he persuaded, an Xian simply refused to follow him to the Star Sea congregations. That day, Ji Xiaoyu left the Third Medicine Valley. Less than an hour after her departure, An Hao also stormed off. Though he was not leaving the supreme sect, he still needed to return to the main city of sect to have a talk with the higher-ups. Dusk descended. Guan and an Xian stood in front of the wooden railings, their shadows elongating with the setting sun. Guan, admiring the desolate beauty of the sunset, softly asked, don't you regret it? An Xian turned her head, looked at Guan's profile, and asked, Master, do you have any regrets? We're different. Ji Xiaoyu has the Ji family behind her, but An Hao only has you. Guan shook his head with a bitter smile. An Xian looked to the horizon and said, he has more than just me, and his heart holds the entire mortal world. He's long since not the senior brother I knew. I can't be the stumbling block in his path. For some reason, Guan suddenly felt the impulse to focus on cultivating an Xian. It would be interesting to have an Xian surpass An Hao. Unfortunately, for now he could only contemplate it, as reversing the gap between the two was not so easy. The master and disciple began to discuss matters overseas, imagining how powerful the Star Sea congregations were and how awe-inspiring the sea-breaking rift would be. In life, one always wishes to see the whole world, to measure mountains and rivers. Above the sea of clouds, Blood Prison Great Saint carried Guan as they flew, feeling the vibrant spiritual energy of the region, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Master, where exactly is this place?" Blood Prison Great Saint couldn't resist asking. Guan replied, "Another sect I've joined. You must not reveal this to anyone, including Jenner." Upon hearing this, Blood Prison Great Saint's body shivered, feeling a surge of excitement rush to the top of his skull, unable to contain his exhilaration. A secret only he knew? Perfect. Didn't this mean he had surpassed Yang Jian in the heart of his master? Serves that kid right for wanting to go out and make a name for himself. Blood Prison Great Saint thought gleefully. Since meeting in Hao, Yang Jian had been practicing even harder, saying that in the future he wanted to go out and make a name even more renowned than in Hao's. That kid really didn't understand the heart of the master. The master with his unfathomable Dao level was a hermit in the bustling world, clearly disliking the high-profile life. Yang Jian was truly drifting away. Guan could feel Blood Prison Great Saint's excitement, his bovine body trembling as if this fellow was simply overwhelmed by the rare opportunity to travel far. This place was none other than Mortal World Peak. Guan disliked the slow pace of Blood Prison Great Saint and used his divine thought to help speed him up. After they entered the peaks of the Mortal World Peak, Blood Prison Great Saint looked around curiously, his bovine eyes wide open, as if a countryman had entered the city for the first time. And so, they arrived at Dingtian Peak. Ever since Guan extinguished Imo Hen the Old Man, Dingtian Peak had seen a surge in popularity, with an increase in the number of disciples, and students coming and going from all directions. Blood Prison Great Saint could feel the aura of those along the way and was secretly shocked. How did it feel like any random person was stronger than he was before the seal? Guan, leading him, went all the way to the mountain top. As soon as they landed, Zhu Xinglan appeared, bowing respectfully towards Guan. Blood Prison Great Saint sized up Zhu Xinglan with curious eyes. "Master, a mysterious cave was discovered within Dingtian Peak, containing powerful restrictions. Would you like to take a look?" Zhu Xinglan asked. Upon hearing this, Guan nodded and asked him to lead the way. Along the way, Zhu Xinglan briefed him on the cave at the foot of the mountain, nearly submerged under the sea surface, discovered by two disciples during a combat practice. Zhu Xinglan suspected it was related to the previous insurrection, which had been a while ago, but according to him, terrible demons had emerged at that time, nearly destroying Dingtian Peak to the ground, to the extent that the peak master had fallen. Guan couldn't help but think of Mo Hen the Old Man. Considering Qingtian Peak was a better choice, but Mo Hen the Old Man chose Dingtian Peak. Could it be because of that cave? Blood Prison Great Saint was even more excited, not expecting to encounter something so thrilling upon arrival. They flew downward and quickly reached the entrance of the cave, where two wandering immortals stood guard. Upon seeing Guan, they quickly stood up and saluted. Guan nodded, then asked Blood Prison Great Saint to follow Zhu Xinglan into the cave. With Zhu Xinglan leading the way, he could not help but wonder why his master was riding a mere mortal ox. Such a fortunate ox head. Guan had just entered the cave and felt a subtle aura. The aura of a heavenly demon? He asked, has this been reported to the main peak? Zhu Xinglan shook his head, no, the main peak's master has been in seclusion, and Mortal World Peak has always managed its own affairs. He paused, then added, you are the peak master. As long as you do not abdicate, everything about Dingtian Peak is yours. These words made Guan feel comfortable in his heart, and he became increasingly satisfied with Zhu Xinglan. The guy was simply the perfect Hu Shaojian, so easy to use. Bypassing the long cave tunnel, they arrived at a spacious chamber. Guan could sense the thick space restriction here, almost like an exotic world's dimension, making the place look extremely vast. The chamber wasn't too dark, floating with countless bright lights, like fireflies, which were actually spiritual energy condensed into form. They stood on an array platform, where a stone pillar stood erect, pitch black, with a rough surface, reflecting a cold light. Guan got off Blood Prison Great Saint's back and approached the stone pillar. With his hand on the stone pillar, a powerful force erupted, startling Zhu Xinglan into immediately deploying his mana to defend, not forgetting to protect Blood Prison Great Saint. Zhu Xinglan's eyes widened as he saw Gu An's hand actually penetrate the stone pillar, the point of contact glowing eerily as if it were the mouth of an exotic world. A gale followed from that mysterious mouth, the wind black as midnight, like countless sinister Dao patterns, sending shivers down the spine of both Zhu Xinglan and Blood Prison Great Saint. Guan withdrew his hand, holding a soul in his grasp, a soul body of an old man, about as large as a baby. He was held by Guan, unable to break free, his face full of fear. Dark Soul Ancestor, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma Realm Level 31209894/1300000/1900000. Guan looked at the other's age and raised an eyebrow. Zhu Xinglan couldn't help but caution, "Master, be careful." Gu An's right hand clenched, and the Dark Soul Ancestor disintegrated. Zhu Xinglan, seeing this, sighed in relief and asked, "Master, what realm was he at?" He could feel that the Dark Soul Ancestor was very sinister, but what realm he was from, he couldn't tell. Chapter 317 Demon Fetus. You have successfully acquired 9,670 years of lifespan from the Dark Soul Ancestor, Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma Realm, 3rd level. Looking at the prompt before him, Guan remained indifferent. If it were not for the other party charging at him directly, he would not have bothered to kill him. The reason he did not perform the soul search was because the space within the stone pillar still concealed other heavenly demons. Guan casually responded, "It's just a demon soul. Its realm, high or low, doesn't matter." "Doesn't matter?" Zhu Xinglan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Gu An's divine thought locked onto the space inside the stone pillar, where, within that pitch-black space, there existed yet another aura of a heavenly demon that was even more terrifying. His divine thought captured the location of that heavenly demon. It turned out to be a demon egg. The demon egg, formed from demonic qi and about a zhang tall, emitted a faint glow, like the weak starlight in the dark universe. Gu An's divine thought penetrated the demon egg and saw a demon infant. He saw the demon infant entwined with heavy and complex karma, even making him feel uneasy, his intuition telling him that eradicating the demon infant would bring greater trouble. He withdrew his divine thought and also stopped his actions, restoring the restriction on the stone pillar. He turned and said to Zhu Xinglan, "From now on, no one must enter this place, and you must not disturb this stone pillar. There is a fearsome heavenly demon inside, difficult to handle, and it has yet to awaken." Hearing this, Zhu Xinglan immediately became nervous and muttered, "Heavenly demon." Sure enough, the previous problem has not been completely resolved. Guan couldn't help but ask, did the previous internal upheaval on Dingtian Peak have to do with the heavenly demon? That's right, that terrible evil demon was a heavenly demon. It said that the former peak master was transformed by the heavenly demon. The sect feared that spreading the word would stir up greater turmoil, so they concealed the fact. Zhu Xinglan nodded, his face full of worry. The greater turmoil he referred to was the Holy Court, which has the deepest apprehension for heavenly demons. Guan suddenly thought of Yu Yingying and Shenxinzi. Could there be other heavenly demon reincarnations in the world? He felt it was very likely. He sensed he had triggered an extraordinary side plot. He did not want to get involved, so he prepared to seal this place, especially since the demon fetus was still in slumber. As such, it's even more crucial not to speak of this, understood? Guan cautioned. As for informing the Holy Court, he had considered it, but the matter of him casually killing a divine immortal of wondrous dharma could likely be exposed due to that, and Mortal World Peak does not trust the Holy Court either, otherwise they would not have concealed the matter of the heavenly demon. After all, he came here to plant herbs, the well-being of Mortal World Peak has nothing to do with him. Of course, when he becomes strong enough to ignore the karma of the demon fetus, he could then erase the being, giving himself greater peace of mind. Zhu Xinglan nodded, but the deep furrows in his brow did not smooth out. The Blood Prison Great Saint looked thoughtfully at the stone pillar. Afterward, they left the cave. Zhu Xinglan began to seal the entrance and Guan rode the Blood Prison Great Saint back to the mountaintop. The Blood Prison Great Saint had many questions he wanted to ask, but he was afraid of being overheard by the great cultivator, so he had to swallow his words. In the following time, Guan began picking medicinal herbs at Mortal World Peak. Zhu Xinglan had already set up a large medicine garden, which was guarded by disciples on regular days. When Guan personally came to pick herbs, the disciples were initially taken aback by the honor but later got used to it. Of course, no matter how approachable Guan seemed to be, they always remained reserved. After half a day's stay on Dingtian Peak, Guan left with several hundreds of thousands of years of lifespan. He came to pick herbs once a month, and the lifespan income from Dingtian Peak last year had already broken 1,000,000 years, surpassing his foundation on the Taizong continent. After returning to the Supreme Sect, just as the Blood Prison Great Saint was about to speak, Guan stopped him. "Remember what I said when we left, don't ask, you will see through everything eventually." Guan's words made the Blood Prison Great Saint grow respectful. He felt that his master was instructing him. His nature was too impulsive, which is why he ended up like this, indeed needing to cultivate his Daoist heart. In Mortal World Peak, Guan was the revered peak master, and in the Supreme Sect, he was just an ordinary valley master. Watching Guan chatting and laughing with the servant disciples, the Blood Prison Great Saint was incredibly impressed. He felt the master wasn't pretending. In the master's heart, all sentient beings truly are equal. The distinction of strength lies in one's cultivation level, but the life of every creature is equal. The Blood Prison Great Saint increasingly felt there was much to learn from his master, such as this way of interacting with others, which surely would lead to many good connections. If someone could defy the heavens and change their fate, these tales might spread far and wide in the future. However, his realization was quickly shattered. Because that detestable fat mouse came to harass him again. What made him most exasperated was that the fat mouse became even faster. How could he feel that this mouse also possessed peerless talent? This was too absurd. Guan then started to inspect the different sectors within Medicine Valley. Although the third Medicine Valley seldom had trouble, he still had to perform his duties on the surface, to prevent the disciples from slacking. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. In the early autumn season, within the outer world cave, Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai were attacking Guan together. The three demons constantly changed their movement techniques, their demon energy rolling like a dragon, surrounding Guan. Facing their offensive, Guan seemed quite at ease. With just a wave of his hand, he could resolve their spells. Tian Yaoer stepped on the 9 Extremes Freedom Steps and appeared behind Guan. She struck with her palm, from which fire surged, rapidly expanding into the shape of a phoenix and swallowing him whole. The next second, the fire phoenix immediately scattered, causing Tian Yaoer to be shaken and fly backward. Guan then raised his leg, and countless shadows burst forth, causing Tian Qing and Tian Bai to lose their composure, unable to defend in time. They were hit by the leg shadows one after another and were knocked flying, landing clumsily far away. The three demons struggled to get up, looking at Guan with aggrieved expressions on their faces. "If this were a real fight to the death, you would be dead by now. There aren't many people out there who will indulge you like I do," Guan commented nonchalantly while withdrawing his leg. Tian Yaoer widened her eyes and asked, "Is every creature out there as powerful as you?" "There are always people beyond you, heavens beyond heavens," Guan casually answered. He had already restrained himself enough not to injure them. "Is that so?" Tian Yaoer was skeptical. She always felt that whenever Guan mentioned fearing this and that, it was all to scare them, while he himself seemed forever calm and composed. Guan snorted, "Anyway, you still need more practice." Tian Qing and Tian Bai immediately approached, clinging to Guan's arms and sweetly agreeing with master. This made Tian Yaoer grit her teeth with irritation. Why did it seem as though the other two had been spoiled rotten? After Guan gave a few more pieces of advice, he took his leave. Tian Yaoer immediately pounced on Tian Qing and Tian Bai, and the second battle commenced. The autumn wind swept through, blowing a leaf into the courtyard where an elderly man in rich attire was sweeping the floor. It was none other than the aged Xiaochuan. Xiaochuan held the broom with both hands and swept slowly, as if his sweeping was not just cleaning the ground, but also a gesture of refinement. A young boy ran into the yard, spotting Xiaochuan, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandfather, why are you sweeping again?" Is sweeping that fun? It's not like we have no servants in the house. The young man wore blue clothes, had a fair face, and appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with his hair tied up high, exuding youthful vigor. Xiao Chuan didn't stop his sweeping but replied with a kindly smile, "It's not about fun, it's a habit. Sweeping helps me reminisce about the past. When you get old like me, you too will love to look back. You're young and don't understand." The boy stepped forward, hands on his hips, discontentedly saying, "Grandpa, I heard you once practiced in the immortal sect. Why don't you recommend us to enter the supreme sect and cultivate? Cultivation is not forbidden to ordinary people." Over the years, cultivators have appeared in the city from time to time, and the magistrate's grandson has even gone for cultivation. "Grandpa, although our family has money, it's not enough. We must think long-term." He rambled continuously, while Xiao Chuan watched him complain without getting angry. Once he finished, Xiao Chuan suddenly asked, "What if you go to the immortal sect and discover your cultivation talent to be very ordinary, inferior to anyone around you, being left behind by them continuously? What would you do?" The boy glanced with disbelief. "How could I be that bad? Your grandfather, I was just that bad. But people are different, right? If someone with exceptional talent emerged from our family, wouldn't that be a blessing for generations, and even you would benefit? Heh, your uncle once went to an immortal cultivation sect. His talent was mediocre, and he nearly died in a conflict with cultivators. Whether someone is extraordinarily talented or not, these eyes of mine can see." Xiao Chuan shook his head and said, as each descendant grew up, they would come and ask him these questions. He had also sent children to practice, but the results were always unsatisfying. Of course, he didn't send them to the supreme sect. He didn't want to cause more trouble for his senior brother. If they couldn't succeed in other sects, how could they go to the supreme sect? "But can you really see that clearly?" the boy asked with wide eyes, his face turning red with urgency. Just as Xiao Chuan was about to respond, his eyes suddenly widened. Guan walked into the courtyard, looking around as if searching for something. When Guan spotted Xiao Chuan, he too broke into a smile. Noticing his grandfather's expression, the boy turned his head to look and then frowned, sizing up Guan and asking, "Who are you? I haven't seen you before." Thwack! Xiao Chuan smacked the back of his head, not too harshly, and scolded with a smile, "Do you remember everyone in the house, apart from the maids? Beat it." The boy pouted but had to leave, sizing up Guan as he went. Chuanyue, Qi Cultivation Realm, First Level 15/80/180, Guan gestured playfully at Chuanyue, causing Chuanyue to glare at him. Once the boy left, Xiao Chuan stepped forward and hugged Guan excitedly. "Senior brother, how come you're here?" Xiao Chuan was ecstatic. Guan was slightly annoyed. "When your grandson was here, why didn't you call me senior brother?" Xiao Chuan grinned. "That was to prevent him from clinging to you once he realized your identity. You are a high cultivator of the supreme sect, at least in his eyes." Looking at the signs of aging on Xiao Chuan's face, Guan felt a sense of nostalgia. Why stop the children from seeking the immortal path? I'm not stopping them, they just want to use my connections to get in. If they truly possess the talent, they will rise even without my intervention. Xiao Chuan shook his head. His words seemed to make sense to Guan. Decades had passed, and Xiao Chuan had become more mature, with the sediment of years evident on him, no longer the silent youth who once followed Guan. Chapter 318 Peering into Life. The so-called Will of Heaven. Guan and Xiao Chuan sat in the courtyard chatting with great enthusiasm about the past. When they spoke of those olden times, they both harbored many sighs, and when it came to those long-departed friends, they would fall into brief silences. "I sent you out of the valley, these many decades. Have you been satisfied with your life?" Guan asked. Xiao Chuan smiled and said, "Of course, I'm satisfied. At least I have no regrets in life. I've even glimpsed the immortal path. How can a mortal who achieves my level not be content? Those who aren't satisfied are probably oppressed their whole life. With that state of mind, no matter how high their cultivation level is, they'll never be content." Guan couldn't help but raise his teacup to toast him. Such openness was truly rare. Guan had harbored resentments towards Xiao Chuan before for not cultivating diligently. Now he thought about it, even if Xiao Chuan didn't achieve much in immortal cultivation, he has at least lived a life more joyous than worrisome. However, the thought that Xiao Chuan wouldn't live for many more years made Guan somewhat reluctant to part. He had experienced this feeling many times during the reincarnation evolution, especially in the life of Long Zhan. Long Zhan's drastic change in temperament was because he had lived through too many such events, particularly the death of his beloved wife, which deeply traumatized him. The powerful Long Zhan realized that even with his strength, he would have regrets, which was why he ventured alone into the universe. Xiao Chuan seemed to understand Gu An's mood and said to comfort him, "Senior brother, although you haven't started a family, there are many who care about you. You won't be alone." Guan suddenly asked, "What if they were all like you, what should I do then?" Xiao Chuan was stunned. He looked deep into Gu An's eyes and said, "Senior brother, anyone else might worry about this question, but you needn't. You treat people kindly, always making friends. Besides, solitude isn't necessarily torture. Isn't the choice of what life you want to lead based on your heart? I can be so open-minded because I learned it from you. Ever since I was little, I've admired you the most. No matter how powerful Li's senior brother is, in my eyes, he doesn't compare to you, because you live freely and can protect the people you want to care for." Upon saying this, Xiao Chuan smiled again. Guan suddenly felt an impulse. This time he wouldn't just go along with Xiao Chuan's wishes. Guan took out a secret book and threw it on the table. Xiao Chuan instinctively looked at it. Surprised, he asked, "What is this?" "This records a kind of spell," Guan began to introduce, and with just a sentence, Xiao Chuan became entranced. Guan took this chance to enlighten Xiao Chuan, immersing his thoughts in the heaven and earth rules, allowing him to momentarily forget about outside matters. Autumn winds swept up the fallen leaves in the courtyard, as if fate refused to let them settle on the ground. Above the sea, dressed in black, Li stood on a black eagle's back, his gaze fixed on the distance. Above the sea-breaking rift, hung a majestic and mighty floating island, on which stood a city emanating an awe-inspiring aura that commanded respect from all living beings. "Broken Sea Domain Master City," Li muttered to himself, frowning. A divine exotic immortal spirit appeared on his shoulder and said softly, "There are terrifying things hidden there, that will eat me, don't go near." Hearing this, Li Ya's frown deepened as it was the first time he heard the divine exotic immortal spirit say such a thing. He took a deep breath, then stamped his foot, and the black eagle flapped its wings harder, speeding up like an arrow, quickly diving into the sea-breaking rift. Once inside the dark rift, Li breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze looking down with determination. "Zhang Buku, wait for me, I haven't given up on you." Li Ya's hands tightened into fists within his sleeves, and he drew his heavy sword, ready for battle. Meanwhile, far away in Mystic Valley, Guan was picking medicinal herbs. He couldn't help but stand up and look into the distance. It had been 10 years since he had lectured Xiao Chuan. Over those years, he hadn't seen Xiao Chuan again and had immersed himself back into his life. In those 10 years, he had extended his lifespan by more than 18 million years, and so had been happy every year. It was not until today that the divine exotic immortal spirit told him, it sensed a dangerous presence. The divine exotic immortal spirit claimed to feel the presence of a natural enemy within the Broken Sea Domain Master City, an extremely sinister presence. Guan probed with divine thought and discovered a heavenly demon within the Broken Sea Domain Master City. Another heavenly demon. This heavenly demon also possessed the cultivation level of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Unlike the dark soul ancestor before, this one was a living spirit. There he was, hidden in a dark palace, separated by many restrictions. No matter how Guan saw it, he didn't look like a prisoner. Could it be that the holy king behind the great cold demon sect had a connection with the heavenly demon? Guan didn't alarm them. Exterminating demons was easy, but severing causality was difficult. It was better for both sides to wait, even though he did not know what the other side was waiting for, but he knew he was growing stronger every year. Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, heaven and earth flying immortal, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Tao void mysterious immortal, and divine thought true immortal. In this world where even carefree primordial immortals were rare, Guan, in the realm of divine thought true immortal, had the confidence to face all trials. Guan watched for a while longer, then withdrew his divine thought. He wasn't panicked by the calculations of that holy king, he felt that the holy king might be a pawn of the heavenly demon. Inviting the hostility of the heavenly demon for personal grievances, though not afraid, was unnecessary. Guan continued picking medicinal herbs, humming a little tune. Once he finished picking the medicinal herbs, he left Mystic Valley. He arrived on the eaves of a building at the Chuan residence, his gaze on Xiaochuan, who was cultivating in the courtyard. After that enlightenment, Xiaochuan devoted more time to cultivation, a subject he had mentioned to no one. Guan saw that Xiaochuan's ultimate lifespan had increased to 415 years. Not too bad. He then peeked into Xiaochuan's causality. On a typical day, Guan wouldn't only be playing around, he cultivated too. What he studied the most was the causality of life. He could now probe the entire lives of mortals. Even if a 3-year-old child stood before him, he could see the end of their life in an instant. As expected, Xiaochuan's life had changed. Previously, Guan saw Xiaochuan passing away with a peaceful and regret-free departure. This time he saw Xiaochuan surviving past his original lifespan's end, with the Chuan house also producing a generation with stronger talent for cultivation. But as he watched, Guan's brows furrowed. Xiaochuan died at age 413, not living out his full ultimate lifespan because his descendants offended a powerful cultivation family. Worn out from too much exertion, he died of depression in the end. Guan suddenly felt that his enlightenment of Xiaochuan might not have been such a good thing. But on second thought, he'd simply take action when the time came. He was the biggest variable in Xiaochuan's life causality. With that in mind, Guan looked towards the other members of the Chuan family, peering into their lives. A mortal's life seems long to them but is short in his eyes. Their decades of experience would just flash by him, causing no burden and not affecting him in the slightest. That was the strength of a divine thought true immortal. Not to say divine thought true immortal, even a Tao void mysterious immortal could reach this degree. It wasn't long before Guan's gaze landed on a boy called Chuan Qi. Chuan Qi, untrained in Qi cultivation 3/120/1050, such talent was definitely the strongest among Xiaochuan's descendants. Guan began to probe into Chuan Qi's life. It wasn't Chuan Qi who offended the cultivation family, but another member of the Chuan house. After Xiaochuan's death, Chuan Qi left the family and ventured alone into the immortal cultivation world. This youngster actually lived past the years of his ultimate lifespan, meaning he would encounter great fortunes in the future, the specifics of which, Guan could not determine from causality. Until Chuan Qi met a girl. After that, the causality broke, and his future became unfathomable. When Guan saw the girl, he could instantly tell she harbored a heavenly demon's soul. Another heavenly demon. Exactly how many heavenly demons had infiltrated the great heavenly spirit land? Guan frowned and continued to scan the others. He stood proudly on the eaves, unseen by those passing through the courtyard below. After 30 minutes, Guan finally returned to the third medicine valley. He stepped down from the transmission array platform, pondering over causality and fate. Guan, come over for a game of Go. A voice called out, and as Guan turned his head, the caller was none other than the Nine-Finger Divine Lord. In recent years, Lu Xianyi and stealing the 5 elements had left. There were only 2 great cultivators left in the valley, Xianxia and the Nine-Finger Divine Lord. Xianxia was not very interested in Go, preferring to study Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods. Guan didn't understand why Xianxia could keep on reading those 2 books over and over, but he chose to respect his choices. Guan walked towards the Nine-Finger Divine Lord while simultaneously probing his causality and fate. The higher the opponent's cultivation level, the shorter the lifespan Guan could see. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord's lifespan and causality were extremely complex, staying consistent for decades, but Guan could no longer see beyond 50 years into the future. Guan settled down before the Go board as he opened the Go box. He asked, "Predecessor, you have lived for a long time. Tell me, should cultivators intervene in the lives of mortals, even with good intentions?" The Nine-Finger Divine Lord looked at him in surprise upon hearing this question, never expecting him to ask such a thing. You've asked the right person. I think one shouldn't. Cultivation itself is a path against nature. Intervening in a mortal's life will only bring them calamity. There is a will of heaven inherent within the universe. Once, I faced a trial. That ordeal left me gravely injured, losing a finger, but it also confirmed for me the existence of the will of heaven. There is certainly a force beyond the reach and touch of cultivators that may lack consciousness, but it controls the fate of all beings. The higher my cultivation, the more I feel its vastness. As he spoke, a hint of fear even appeared in the eyes of the nine-fingered divine lord. Guan curiously asked, "Is it from Holy Court?" Ever since the establishment of the Broken Sea domain, Holy Court had entered the collective consciousness of the beings on the continent, becoming an institution representing the divine forces amidst mortal beings. The nine-fingered divine lord shook his head and said, "No, Holy Court is also at the mercy of this force. From what I know, between this world and the universe lies a barrier of power that prevents mortal spirits from flying out. It is like a set of rules, and even the Holy Court must obey." Guan looked up, indeed aware of such rules. It was a layer of light enveloping the great heavenly spirit land that forced living beings to reach the heaven and earth flying immortal realm before they could fly to the universe. Even as a divine thought true immortal, Guan could not see through these rules. The divine origin realm where Long Zhan was not restricted by such rules. Guan looked up at the sky and placed a stone onto the center of the go board. Chapter 319, Fighting Against the Heavens. After a fierce and exhilarating battle, the nine-fingered divine lord looked extremely displeased. He lifted his eyes to look at Guan and asked through gritted teeth, "Where exactly is the problem?" Guan shrugged and said, "I don't know. Why can you always guess my next move? Intuition tells me where you'll play next, and as long as I guess right, you seem to get flustered and keep changing your strategy, eventually exposing your weaknesses." Guan's response infuriated the nine-fingered divine lord so much that he nearly coughed up blood. Guan's smile faded as he said, "However, this game of chess has indeed made me understand that change can indeed bring disaster. Thank you for your teachings, senior." With that, he stood up, gave a formal bow, and took his leave. The nine-fingered divine lord watched Guan's retreating figure and opened his mouth, but ultimately, his gaze fell back on the chessboard. Guan walked towards his loft with a smile on his face. In fact, there was one more thing he didn't say. Change can indeed lead to disaster, but whether it's for better or worse depends on the player himself. Life is like a game of chess, and Guan intends to be a player who always wins. Even if his opponent is what they call fate. To struggle against destiny is a joy, isn't it? Having come to this realization, Guan no longer felt burdened. He didn't intend to casually change others' lives, only the lives of those he cared about. Xiao Chuan was indeed open-minded, but his wish to be reborn into a good life in the next life also showed his longing for immortal cultivation, just lacking in innate talent. Guan also realized that as long as he kept getting stronger, he could keep pushing the limits of those around him. What cannot be achieved now does not mean it cannot be done in the future. Reincarnation might exist, but he only wished to strive for the present. This Ji Xiaoyu was not the same person from his past life, and Guan was not Long Zhan, Shao Xingtian, or Chu Lu. In the divine exotic realm, beneath the blood-red sky and above the sea of clouds, Zhang Buku stood shoulder to shoulder with the master of divine exotic realm, overlooking the battle below. Endless waves of divine exotic resentful ghosts besieged Leia, coming at him like relentless waves, never ceasing. Without the divine exotic city, Leia was embroiled in a difficult fight. The divine exotic resentful ghosts are undying. With his capabilities, at most he can hold on for one ancient hour, said the master of divine exotic realm, expressionless. Zhang Buku turned to him and asked, "Why won't you let me meet him? I can make things clear." "What things clear?" "Say that someone is backing you, forcing me to not restrict you. And even taking you as a disciple." The master of divine exotic realm glanced at him coldly and asked. Zhang Buku frowned, not understanding his meaning. The master of divine exotic realm scoffed, "Do you think the city in the sky was built to suppress us? If so, why don't they invade? If not for you, Then for whom was it established? Asked Zhang Buku in confusion, his eyes widening with surprise. Could it be for Sword Venerable Fudao? Wait, could the person who saved me be Sword Venerable Fudao? Zhang Buku was utterly shocked. So the sparrow had Sword Venerable Fudao backing it. The master of divine exotic realm gazed down at Li Ye and said, after all these years, he's the only one to have broken in. Might this person have some karmic connection with Sword Venerable Fudao? Zhang Buku hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, he received the legacy of Sword Venerable Fudao and learned his swordsmanship. He left unsaid the claim that Li Ye had made, that Sword Venerable Fudao was his primordial ancestor. He now understood that it must have been arranged by Sword Venerable Fudao for them to meet. But he still couldn't figure out why Sword Venerable Fudao had taken an interest in him. So that's how it is. It seems they have reached far and wide, the master of divine exotic realm said somberly. Zhang Buku couldn't help but ask, Master, isn't Holy Court supposed to be good? You've said before that the Holy King doesn't represent Holy Court. The master of divine exotic realm took a deep breath and said, he didn't represent it before, but now it's not certain. The Holy Court tried to recruit Sword Venerable Fudao, but he didn't accept the Qi fortune outcome. That's enough for the Holy Court to be wary. In fact, there is a certain power in this world that the Holy Court fears. We are the evolution of that power. It's precisely because of this that the Holy King has kept me, wanting to use me to identify that power. Zhang Buku quickly asked about the nature of that power. The master of divine exotic realm uttered 2 words, heavenly demon. Zhang Buku frowned, this was the first time he had heard of the heavenly demon. Can you spare him? Zhang Buku asked through gritted teeth. He didn't understand what a heavenly demon was, all he wanted was for his brother to live. The master of divine exotic realm said somberly, I've already delayed the time, but if Sword Venerable Fudao doesn't appear and I let him go, then it's you and me who will die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Buku looked around. He increasingly felt as if there were eyes watching him from the shadows. He noticed the master of divine exotic realm's hand on his waist casting a spell. He looked back down and his eyes hardened. He was about to rush to help, but as he leaned forward, a hand pressed down on him. He turned to look, and the person holding his shoulder was the master of divine exotic realm. The master of divine exotic realm's expression was indifferent. At this moment, his look made Zhang Buku feel alienated and cold. The thought of Li Ye possibly dying was the thing Zhang Buku couldn't accept the most. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't utter a sound. In the vast sea of ghosts, Li Ye wielded his heavy sword, sweeping powerfully in all directions, but no matter how many divine exotic resentful ghosts he vanquished, more swarmed in. Damn it! Do you really acknowledge me as your master? Why won't you listen to me? Li Ye cursed in his heart. He was unable to harness the power of the divine exotic city, which frustrated him greatly. No. It will devour me. The voice of the divine exotic immortal spirit rang out, filled with fear. Li Ye was infuriated by this. How had this creature become so gutless? Damn it. Was he to die here before even seeing Zhang Buku? If junior brother Gu knew of his death, would he grieve? No, that's wrong. Having been gone for so long and so far away, would junior brother Gu reach the end of his life still thinking him out conquering the world? Perhaps that's for the best. Li Ya's sword swings began to slow, flashes of memories from his youth passed before his eyes. When he and Meng Lang and Li Ye had all entered the Mystic Valley, with Meng Lang gone missing, and now him about to die here, who would have thought the least talented Guan would be the last one alive? What a twist of fate! A divine exotic resentful ghost suddenly lunged at Li Ye, holding a soul sword whose cold light shattered all the visions before his eyes and filled his pupils. Am I going to die? Li Ya's pupils dilated. Just then, his body burst into golden light, like unstoppable waves wiping out all the surrounding divine exotic resentful ghosts. Li Ye was taken aback by the sudden change in the scenery as a golden city's phantom emerged from within him, rapidly enlarging to envelope him. The divine exotic city. Li Ye was overjoyed, ready to ask why the divine exotic immortal spirit had suddenly chosen to defy, when a terrifying and unmatched pressure descended, enveloping the whole world. Have you finally decided to come forth, soared Venerable Fudao? To entrust such an immortal path supreme treasure to a mere mortal child for amusement, what a grand gesture. An ancient and majestic voice sounded, causing Liya to become stunned. The primordial ancestor? Chapter 320, Great Nether Saint King Divine Exotic City appeared, and the entire dim world was illuminated by dazzling golden light. Among it, Liya stared dumbfoundedly at his surroundings. He could feel that the power of Divine Exotic City was stronger than when he had used it, and it was incomparable. This meant that the voice from earlier was telling the truth. Thinking about it, he had never truly mastered the power of Divine Exotic City. It was always commanded by Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit. Above the clouds, the master of Divine Exotic Realm looked at the ever-expanding Divine Exotic City, his eyes flickering, unsure of his thoughts. Jianghu, however, felt a surge of relief. Should Sword Venerable Fudao truly arrive, then Liya would be saved. In his heart, Sword Venerable Fudao was an invincible existence, a belief shared by all creatures from the Taizong continent. A figure materialized next to Liya. He glanced over, his pupils suddenly dilating. It was that familiar demonic shadow. The dark purple demonic chi did not seem evil in his eyes but rather appeared endearing. Guan tilted his head, glancing towards Liya. Liya quickly raised his hand in salute and said, "Primordial ancestor," words jammed in his throat, unable to be spoken. Boom, rolling thunderclouds quickly covered the blood-red heavens, countless thunderbolts twirling like dragons and snakes, immensely spectacular, plunging the land into oppression. The sea of clouds formed a giant face, occupying most of the sky, making everything between heaven and earth seem insignificant. Jianghu looked up at this giant face, speechless with shock, feeling an extremely terrifying pressure that he had never experienced before. Even the master of Divine Exotic Realm looked solemn. The strength of the master of Divine Exotic Realm was comparable to that of a carefree primordial immortal, yet he did not possess the comfort of a carefree primordial immortal. This giant face was truly the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. An existence surpassing the carefree primordial immortal. The master of Divine Exotic Realm couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Guan inside Divine Exotic City, thinking expectantly, "Sword Venerable Fudao, how will you face this?" Even the powerful Great Cold Demon sect that besieged the continent in the past couldn't achieve such a presence. "Sword Venerable Fudao, why have you not accepted the rewards from the Holy Court?" An aged voice sounded again, stern in tone. Guan slightly lifted his head, his voice reverberating across the heaven and earth. "Why must I accept? Am I considered a demon if I do not join the Holy Court?" If the Holy Court truly thought this way, Guan couldn't help but be more wary of the Chi fortune. Is Chi fortune not a form of bondage? None of such, but refusing to join the Holy Court surely has some dubious reason. "Sword Venerable Fudao, why do you refuse to show yourself? What exactly are you apprehensive about?" The aged voice boomed like thunder, echoing unceasingly. Guan, hearing this, lost all interest in conversing. 3 breaths time. "If you don't leave, don't blame me for lacking respect for the Holy Court." Guan's voice was chilling, putting the entire heaven and earth on edge for a killing spree. The giant face above clearly changed, but it did not respond. 3 breaths time seemed so prolonged at this moment. Jianghu and Liya dared not even breathe, and the master of Divine Exotic Realm likewise awaited the decision of that mysterious existence. Such a formidable being, and even Sword Venerable Fudao could disregard it. The master of Divine Exotic Realm was profoundly moved, believing his choice was right. He could easily kill Liya, but the reason he hadn't was purely out of respect for Sword Venerable Fudao. After 3 breaths, Guan raised his right hand, his palm facing the giant face in the sky. "Sword Venerable," as he began to speak, the giant face in the sky suddenly vanished, and Guan withdrew his hand. The world instantly fell into silence. Liya's eyes widened. He saw the rolling thunderclouds silently torn open, creating a giant hole exactly where the mysterious giant face had been. He instinctively looked towards Guan, seeing an old man enveloped in mist in Guan's palm, the elder full of panic, unable to struggle or escape. Even though the old man was speaking, Liya couldn't hear a word. Guan then disappeared from the spot. Divine Exotic Immortal Spirit appeared on Liya's shoulder, tiny hands patting her small chest, looking extremely relieved. Zhang Buku and the Master of Divine Exotic Realm were also stunned. What they had thought would be an unprecedented great war, the Master of Divine Exotic Realm had even prepared for the world to shatter, yet the mysterious great power from the Holy Court was just taken away like this? How high could Sword Venerable Fudeo's realm be? The Master of Divine Exotic Realm was filled with fear, a terrifying thought suddenly occurring to him. Could it be that Sword Venerable Fudao was truly a heavenly demon, and from the beginning, he stood in opposition to the Holy Court? The waves crashed against the shore. Guan sat on the rock, having already activated the lifespan barrier, his right hand opened, containing the old man sitting cross-legged inside, who was indeed the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma stationed at the domain master city of the Broken Sea domain. Guan was performing the great imprisoned soul immortal technique, searching the other's memories. This person, named Luo Shuzi, was a reincarnation of the heavenly demon, holding a third-grade heavenly position in the Holy Court, one of the confidants of the great Nether Saint King. Luo Zuz's many memories were protected by a mystery spell, which would shatter and dissipate automatically if invaded, all related to the great Nether Saint King. Unfortunately, such methods were akin to child's play before Guan's divine sense. He easily deciphered them and glimpsed into Luo Zuz's dealings with the great Nether Saint King. The creation of the Broken Sea domain was indeed set by the great Nether Saint King. Within it was his arch-nemesis, the Candle World Saint King. Initially, the great Nether Saint King merely wanted to exterminate the Candle World Saint King, keeping him eternally in reincarnation. Many under his command took this opportunity for their gain, leading to the calamity in the Broken Sea domain. After Guan made his move, the great Nether Saint King regarded him as an enemy. Now, the great Nether Saint King suspected Guan might also be a reincarnation of the heavenly demon, hence he sent Luo Shuzi over. According to Luo Zuz's memories, the great Nether Saint King was not a heavenly demon, but he was fervently searching for the reincarnation of the heavenly demon, his intentions unknown to anyone. It appears it wasn't the Holy Court aiming for Sword Venerable Fudao but the great Nether Saint King's intent. The Holy Court had profound depth and numerous factions. Viewing the Broken Sea domain, it seemed vast, but in the eyes of the greater heavenly spirit land, it was but trivial, not even reaching the eyes of the standard first-rank heavenly position. The third-grade heavenly position, also known as the Holy King, was not short of position holders in the Holy Court. Ascending further were the second-grade heavenly position's Holy Minister and the first-grade heavenly position's Holy God. After searching Luo Zuz's soul, Guan extinguished his soul. He wasn't concerned about further tricks from the great Nether Saint King. In fact, he was looking forward to seeing what the great Nether Saint King would do next. Facing an unknown adversary, regardless of how powerful his minions were, they would fall discreetly. Wouldn't the great Nether Saint King feel pressured? Although the Holy Court didn't care about the Broken Sea domain, the epic battle between Guan and the great cold demon sect from years ago did reach the Holy Court. The Holy Court's ability to recruit Sword Venerable Fudao also showed that most of the upper echelons in the Holy Court were favorable towards Sword Venerable Fudao's actions, which is why the great Nether Saint King only dared to operate from the shadows. A prompt appeared before Guan. He had seized over 20,000 years of Luo Zuz's lifespan. TSK, these great powers really are brash, acting so recklessly. Of course, facing an existence like Guan, even if they hide their true forms, Guan would find a way to locate them. Back in the Seven Stars Spirit Realm, the thousand-faced Divine Lord who escaped from Guan's clutches could also be located by him now, but seeing him behave, Guan didn't pursue him. Immortal cultivation was never easy. If one could recognize the situation and act accordingly, Guan would still admire that. To date, regarding the thousand-faced Divine Lord escaping from his hands, frankly, he was somewhat looking forward to seeing how far the thousand-faced Divine Lord could go. Guan stood up and vanished from the rock. In the main city of the Broken Sea domain, inside a dim grand hall, Domain Master Qing Songzi stood on the steps, hands clasped behind his back, his eyebrows deeply furrowed. How come it suddenly went quiet? Could it be that even Elder Luo Shuzi is not a match for Sword Venerable Fudao? Even if he is not, there shouldn't be silence, Qing Songzi thought, frowning. Dressed in a green robe, he exuded a calm demeanor, appearing in his 40s, with the oppressive aura of someone in power. He possessed the cultivation level of the 7th layer of the Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm and was recognized by the Holy Court as the Domain Master of Broken Sea Domain. He had never felt as anxious as he did today. The sea-breaking rift was just below. If there were any battles, he would definitely detect them immediately. He now dared not extend his divine sense into the rift for fear of provoking trouble. Even if Luo Shuzi failed, Sword Venerable Fudao likely wouldn't dare confront the Holy Court directly. He just needed to pretend ignorance. Just then, a series of footsteps approached. Lu Xianyi came walking briskly, leaving a trail of afterimages. He stopped before the steps, raising his hand in salute to Qing Songzi and smiling. "I wonder why the elder has summoned me. What is the matter?" Qing Songzi turned to look at him, revealing a smile as he said, "I and your father are fellow disciples. What elder are you speaking to?" "That's too formal. Call me your teacher uncle from now on." "Teacher uncle." Lu Xianyi responded, his mind already calculating. The other clearly needed him, which was why he showed such an attitude. As for the great Nether Saint King behind Qing Songzi, he was also aware. Could it be that the main city of the Broken Sea Domain was thwarted by Sword Venerable Fudao? Lu Xianyi inwardly chuckled, knowing that over the years, many of the Holy Court's pieces infiltrated the Taizong continent and even the Supreme Sect to investigate Sword Venerable Fudao. He could guess that the great Nether Saint King was somewhat unrelenting. The Great Cold Demon Sect was a powerful weapon in the hands of the great Nether Saint King, gaining considerable power and authority by performing numerous dirty tasks for the Holy Court. Hence, his power continued to grow, and the errors he made weren't likely to shake his position. Indeed, the calamity in the Broken Sea Domain was seen as a mistake by the great Nether Saint King by the Holy Court, but such a mistake wasn't considered significant. Even several could deduce the great Nether Saint King's plans against the Candle World Saint King, many choosing to turn a blind eye. Weighing the ruling Holy King against the reincarnated Holy King was an easy choice. Qing Songzi looked at Lu Xianyi and asked with a smile, "Sword Venerable Fudao refuses to accept the Qi fortune from the Holy Court. Having stayed in the Supreme Sect for so many years, what do you think should be done? Should he be left to his own devices, or should his background be investigated?" Lu Xianyi thought to himself, as expected, and after pondering, he said, "Teacher uncle, do you think Sword Venerable Fudao is formidable?" "Of course, he's formidable, beyond my comparison," Qing Songzi answered without hesitation. Lu Xianyi continued, "Since that is the case, why bother to offend him? Wouldn't it be sufficient to just manage the Broken Sea Domain well?" Qing Songzi frowned. Lu Xianyi meaningfully said, "Sword Venerable Fudao appeared in the land of the reincarnation of the Candle World Saint King. These two very likely have a connection. Why Sword Venerable Fudao hides his identity is worth considering. Teacher uncle, my father once said, surviving in the Holy Court is like walking on thin ice. No matter how high one's cultivation level is, staying alive is the most important." Chapter 321 Evil Tree. The events that took place within the sea-breaking rift did not spread, and just like that, a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma disappeared without a trace. Since then, Guan distinctly felt that the number of people on the continent probing for the Sword Venerable Fudao had sharply decreased. It seemed that the master of the Broken Sea Domain had already made a choice. If the Holy Court truly stopped scheming against Guan, he naturally didn't bother to hold a grudge. Living in peace was what he hoped for. A period of peace came to the Broken Sea Domain, and despite great talents and powers continuously emerging in the world, Guan hid within the Supreme Sect and observed the world's vicissitudes with a smile. In the blink of an eye, 50 years swiftly passed. Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley, and looking at his attribute panel, a smile spread across his face. Name, Guan, lifespan, 293/470, 569, 402. Today's harvest from the Outer World Cave had allowed him to gain nearly 40 million years of lifespan in one go. It was so exhilarating. This was still the first large-scale herbal harvest from the Outer World Cave. Every year, he would plant high-rank medicinal herbs in the Outer World Cave, and the income from lifespan would only increase more and more. 50 years had gone by, and the Supreme Sect was flourishing. Nowadays, in terms of paper strength, it was one of the top great sects on the continent, with only the 7 Stars spirit realm comparable. The servant disciples within the Third Medicine Valley had also been largely replaced, some left and others came. The scene in the Medicine Valley was much the same as it was 50 years ago. Along the way, Guan greeted his disciples non-stop. This scene left Ji Xiaoyu standing before the pavilion feeling somewhat dazed. After being away for so many years, the fact that the valley remained unchanged made her feel incredibly moved. Guan made his way to the pavilion, sizing up Ji Xiaoyu, and smiled. Many years have passed, yet your aura is even more impressive. Ji Xiaoyu, dressed in green garments, still had an elegant charm. Her flowing clothes resembled a skirt, creating illusions of drifting clouds as they billowed in the wind. She fixed Guan with her gaze and said, "So many years have passed, and you are still at the core formation realm, while I have become a divinity transformation cultivator. Do you regret it?" "Regret? How could that be possible? Following you out, always encountering danger?" Guan mentally complained. Over the years, he had often used his divine thought to keep watch over Ji Xiaoyu, and he even acted a few times to ensure she always escaped danger by a hair's breadth. He knew all too well what she had been through. "I don't regret it at all. I've had a good time these years. As for cultivation level, slow and steady wins the race. I will condense the nascent soul sooner or later," Guan replied casually. Ji Xiaoyu scrutinized him closely, and upon confirming that he wasn't lying, a smile appeared on her face. What she admired most was Guan's temperament. She had never seen him angry or envious, as he always seemed to be smiling. "Shall we talk upstairs?" Guan asked with a smile, knowing Ji Xiaoyu had a lot to say. For Guan, the journeys Ji Xiaoyu had embarked upon these past years couldn't compare to the distance of a single step for him, but for her, these decades were lengthy, and he would occasionally hear her murmuring to a campfire when alone. The stealing the 5 elements, who had been tailing Ji Xiaoyu, had never shown up, merely escorting her in secret for a part of her journey. Once they were upstairs in the house, Ji Xiaoyu began recounting her experiences throughout the years. Her stories were rich, with demon slaying, thrilling adventures, and even encounters with old grudges. Guan listened intently, chiming in from time to time, keeping Ji Xiaoyu's desire to share stories high. After more than an ancient hour, Ji Xiaoyu finally finished telling her tales. Guan exclaimed, "How exciting, just like the stories narrated by storytellers." Ji Xiaoyu laughed, "I obtained the inheritance left by someone from a previous life. The journey was worthwhile, but it's unknown how far I can go. It should be the second layer of the immortal path." Guan had seen that secret realm, created by a loose immortal, which meant that Ji Xiaoyu's predecessor's highest cultivation realm reached the loose immortal realm. For the current Ji Xiaoyu, how formidable a loose immortal was, practically out of reach. Guan asked with a smile, "What are your plans going forward?" Ji Xiaoyu replied, "Settle for a few decades before considering another journey. The ranking competition is about to begin, which is a good opportunity to enjoy the excitement. The Supreme Sect is not what it used to be, and this ranking competition will surely be lively. It's said that a loose immortal joined the Supreme Sect in the last couple of years. Have you heard about the loose immortal?" As Guan spoke of the competition, he became more talkative. Ji Xiaoyu watched him with a slight smile on her lips. This guy still loved to see the world bustling. Listening to Guan talk about the highlights of the ranking competition, along with the sounds of insects and voices from outside the window, Ji Xiaoyu's heart fell into tranquility. Having witnessed the world's turmoil, she now felt a sense of peace inside, free of any pressure or concern. After spending the afternoon with Ji Xiaoyu, Guan finally left the 3rd Medicine Valley and headed to the Mystic Valley's 8 scenic caves underground. He arrived in front of the green vine tree, where a large cauldron was set up, surrounded by various instruments. Over the past 30 years, he had been studying the art of artifact refining. He wasn't after creating any phenomenal Dharma treasures, but rather, sought realizations through the process of forging. The Dharma treasures he had forged by now were coveted by the Supreme Sect, but he didn't hand them over to the sect, instead tossing them to the immortal-seeking island for sale, exchanging the spirit stones received for seeds and refining materials. With a cultivation of divine thought immortal status, it wasn't difficult for Guan to forge immortal treasures, but creating supreme immortal path treasures was still out of reach. Supreme Immortal Path treasures could only be created by immensely powerful beings standing at the peak of the 9 heavens of the Immortal Path, the crystallization of a lifetime's Tao from a major Immortal Path power. In the entire Great Heavenly Spirit Land, forces that owned Supreme Immortal Path treasures were territorial overlords, and those who could fully wield the power of such treasures were few and far between. At least Guan had yet to see such individuals. Long Zhan had one such treasure. When he reached the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of the Immortal Path, he could suppress an entire universe with just one treasure, incredibly formidable. Guan had just approached the cauldron when it, along with the surrounding instruments, began to blaze with fire. 2 vines stretched from behind, beginning to massage Guan's shoulders. "Master, that guy, are you really not going to intervene?" The voice of the green vine tree sounded, still similar to Jianghu, but weaker. Guan replied, "It's fine, it's impossible for the other party to step foot here." Because of the influence of Sword Venerable Fudao, the reputation of the Supreme Sect had far outshone its actual strength. Thus, the upcoming ranking competition also attracted a multitude of overseas cultivators and demons. Among them was a presence that made the green vine tree afraid, and Guan had already located that presence. It was a shape-shifting tree demon, its cultivation having reached the wandering immortal stage, who was currently hiding its cultivation level and joining the ranking competition as a Mahayana cultivator. A wandering immortal posed no threat to Guan, and therefore, he didn't care. What he did care about was another individual. Someone from the Immortal Spirit Dynasty had arrived at the Supreme Sect, whose cultivation level was that of a carefree primordial immortal, but had hidden it, presenting themselves merely as an ordinary loose immortal. Of course, even a loose immortal was enough to be treated as an honored guest by the Supreme Sect. Guan was curious about the purpose of the Immortal Spirit Dynasty's visit. There would be quite a show at this ranking competition. "Master, can you subdue him?" the green vine tree cautiously asked. Guan, thinking it was worried, grunted in affirmation. He felt the vines on his shoulders tremble, followed by the voice of green vine tree, "Then can you capture him and let me eat him?" Guan was taken aback and turned to look at the green vine tree in surprise. It had been so afraid moments ago, and now it wanted to eat someone? He had almost forgotten that the green vine tree came from the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, a demon path sect, so naturally, it could be an evil tree. "Don't get any funny ideas, or watch out, I might eat you instead," Guan said, in no good mood. The green vine tree used to love eating lamb. If its murderous nature wasn't restrained, Guan feared for his disciples' safety. He kept the green vine tree mainly for the production of the green vine fruit. To him now, the green vine tree was not indispensable. Seemingly sensing Guan's displeasure, the green vine tree fell silent, and the 2 vines massaging his shoulders became even more careful. The next day at noon, Guan arrived at the outer gate city riding the blood prison Great Saint. The city was overcrowded, and even the air was bustling with a multitude of cultivators and demons. 50 years had passed, and Guan had even more acquaintances in the city. Wherever he went, people greeted him. He also encountered the son of Zuijian, Zuolin, who was also Li Ya's childhood friend. Not practicing the sword Dao, he was a genuine prodigy. Now, Zuolin had completely abandoned the sword Dao and become a modestly famous talent. The two would meet every year, and their relationship remained strong. Zuolin began to complain about his father straight away. It was once again because of Sword Venerable Fudao that had offended a great cultivator. Day and night, he guarded the heaven-cutting axe. Despite this, Zuijian had offended quite a few, resulting in frequent intrusions and investigations into the Zhua family. Luckily, with Sword Venerable Fudao around, no one dared make a move. Still, the Zhua family lived in constant fear of a catastrophe befalling them. Suddenly, Guan thought he should probably give Zuijian some advice. To be honest, he clearly saw the devotion in Zuijian's attitude and felt it deserved recognition. He should take the opportunity to guide him, not letting Zuijian's efforts go to waste. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Guan, using his mind, communicated with the blood prison Great Saint, who changed direction. The crowd surged, vendors on both sides shouted continuously, and Guan rode on the back of the blood prison Great Saint, looking curiously at everything along the way. This feeling was much like attending a fair. Unlike other meetings, the ranking competition was held every 100 years, making it the most important event for the Supreme Sect and even the entire Taizong continent, with a liveliness that couldn't be compared to any other time. The arrival of many sects also brought many new items. After 30 minutes, the Blood Prison Great Saint stopped in front of a pavilion, and Guan dismounted, entering a store named the Pavilion of Wonders. Once inside the hall, his vision was filled with numerous treasures, and his gaze fell upon an individual. Zhang Xianwang, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm, Level 7359098/70000/250000, 2.5 million years of ultimate lifespan. Guan estimated he had the potential to reach the Dao Void Mysterious Immortal level. This person was the Carefree Primordial Immortal from the Immortal Spirit Dynasty, standing in front of a shelf, toying with a broken flute. Guan stepped forward, passing by his side. Zhang Xianwang didn't pay him any mind, and both stood in front of the same shelf, admiring treasures. After a while, Zhang Xianwang glanced at Guan, and at that glance, his eyebrows suddenly raised. "Young man, where do those gold patterns on your forehead come from?" Zhang Xianwang asked, his tone gentle and devoid of any great cultivator's assertiveness. Guan touched his forehead and smiled. "One night, when I woke up, this gold pattern had appeared." "Does Daoist friend know its origin?"